Brookline Board of Selectmen for Tuesday, May 20th. Selectman Daley, who's usually seated to my left, is at a meeting downstairs and will be joining us shortly. Without further ado, I'd like to proceed to agenda item number 1, which is Selectmen updates and announcements. And I know Selectman DeWitt has
I've got
a few
my list.
announcements for us.
Okay, tomorrow there will be a forum on warrant articles for town meeting in this room, the Selectmen's Hearing Room in Town Hall, sponsored by the Brookline Neighborhood Alliance, the League of Women Voters, and the Town Meeting Members Association. And they have selected some particular warrant articles for discussion: Article 8, Article 10, Article 11, Articles 15 through 19, Article 21, I'm not explaining them, but you can look them up, Article 26, and Article 28, each of which will have, I believe, a presentation from proponents, and they will be expecting some comments from members who are attending and answering questions in particular to help everybody understand each one of these warrant articles. And then next Monday is Memorial Day, and the town, in partnership with the American Legion, Veterans of Foreign Wars, Daughters of the American Revolution, and others, will honor veterans with a bus tour of memorial sites. It starts at 8:30 in the morning on Monday, leaves from VFW Post at 386 Washington Street, will return back to Town Hall for a final ceremony at 11 a.m., where I believe the chair of the Board of Selectmen, Mr. Goldstein, will be speaking, among many others. And following the ceremony, which, as I recall, includes bagpipes, there will be refreshments at the VFW Post, and there is actually a Memorial Day program available. I don't know exactly where you can find it, but there's a lot of detail about where the stops are at the cemetery. I think the partly it's, I think there's actually a little piece in Town Hall downstairs where we have our big commemorative plaques, and the World War monument in the I'm trying to figure out how to identify the physical place. Anyway, the bus tour will go to all of these sites where there are particular places where different veterans organizations and wars will be memorialized. And next Tuesday, May 27th at 7 p.m., the annual town meeting will convene at the Brookline High School auditorium. Will continue on Thursday, May 29th, and Tuesday, June 3rd. And I believe the moderator has even suggested possibly the following Thursday, June 5th. At that first night, and I guess maybe the Thursday as well, town meeting members are invited to bring non-perishable and personal care items for donations to the Brookline Food Pantry. And then shifting to sort of community events, this Friday night, this week, at the Teen Center, there will be a DJ dance party from 7 until 10 p.m. Next Friday afternoon, May 30th, at the Senior Center from 3 to 6 p.m., there'll be tours of the newly renovated health activity space with music and refreshments, and maybe we'll hear more about that later. And finally, the Arts Brookline series of events continues through June 7th, which is at the time of the Coolidge Corner Arts Festival. But next Thursday, May 28th, from 6 to 7 p.m. at the Teen Center, there will be a reception with the Brookline Commission for the Arts to unveil a new wall mural created by teens and depicting, I must say in great detail, because I've seen it, the Brookline metropolitan area. And there were a lot of volunteers who worked on it, and it really is a very impressive mural. So it'll be, you can go, there will be refreshments at that reception. And other events to the, for Arts Brookline are on the web at www.artsbrookline.org. Okay, that's the events.
Great.
There's probably more.
No, and I'll just make a quick note that anybody coming to Veterans Day should know that you don't have to get on the bus.
Memorial Day.
Sorry. Memorial Day. You don't have to get on the bus.
Right.
You can just come to the 11 o'clock
Right.
ceremony in front of Town Hall. And of course, you can come to Veterans Day as well.
Right.
But that's in November. Also, just a quick note, the Brookline Rotary has announced the recipients of its 2014 Distinguished Public Service Award, and it's going to be Paul Epstein this year for his leadership in the Teen Center and the inspiration for the Teen Center, and to Murray Liverman, who all Brookline Rotarians know, but maybe not so well known in the greater community. He's probably the oldest, longest-serving Brookline Rotarian, 49 years as a contributing member of Brookline Rotary. So the award ceremony is June 12th, and anybody interested should contact me or Brookline Rotary, and we can get you tickets. And any selectmen announcements from other selectmen?
I have a report on activities as a selectman.
Go ahead.
I had
Your first.
my first. I had the distinct pleasure of attending the Brookline Bike Parade on Sunday afternoon, and we had about 500 bicyclists participate. And John Dempsey, as always, runs a magnificent event, and a good time was had by all. So I would encourage people next year to attend and ride out to Cleveland Circle and back from Amory Park.
And just because I know last year and again this year, there was some questions raised about whether or not Beacon Street was closed off. In fact, I think there's kind of a rolling closing, isn't that how it works?
That's my
So can you
understanding
explain?
as well.
Yeah, because if you're bicycling, you are not competing with cars. You've got the roadway.
Correct. So it's
Yeah.
sort of a pack or a stream of bicyclists proceeding down to Cleveland Circle and then back, but not a hard stop on Beacon Street.
Yeah, somehow I think there was maybe from some people thinking that it was like the marathon.
No,
And
not at all.
that's not at all what happens.
Pedestrians and traffic can cross Beacon Street and proceed up and down the roadway with maybe some minor delays, but the
Right.
street remains open.
It's about one light cycle delay.
Yeah, right.
Selectman Waschinsky. Thank
I'd
you,
like-
Selectman
yeah.
Franco.
I'd like to give a shout out to the Greater Point Neighborhood Association. The group held their annual meeting last Wednesday at the music school, and they had good 40, 50 people.
Wow.
Good,
Excellent.
vibrant neighborhood association. I'd like to just encourage folks to join and participate in their neighborhood associations. I think they're a vital part of the Brookline landscape.
Okay, so you
Absolutely.
reminded me, last Saturday night was the Fisher Hill Neighborhood Association Progressive Dinner, which is an annual event, been going on for quite a few years. It is a wonderful event. You know, I don't know if you guys have heard of this, but we start with appetizers at one home, we break up into smaller groups in other homes throughout the neighborhood, and then everybody congregates again at a third home for dessert, and it's a very high-spirited, wonderful event. I hear people in other communities, not in Brookline, but outside of Brookline, complain that they lived in the same neighborhood for 30 years and they don't know their neighbors at all. Well, not so in Fisher Hill. People who participate in this might not know their neighbors for any other reason, but they know it because they participated in the Progressive Dinner.
Well, then I have to just add that last week, the High Street Hill Neighborhood Association held its potluck. It's an annual meeting with a potluck. And Kara Bruton, our Economic Development Officer, made an excellent presentation talking about all the events, possible activities that might occur along Route 9 and impacting on the neighborhood. So the neighborhood, it was very well attended. I did not count how many people, but the food was great, and Kara made a great presentation.
Great. All right, let's move on now to second agenda item. It's number 2, public comment. There is one person signed up as Marcia Steinberg here. Marcia Steinberg. No, she's not. Okay, we know other people have signed up for public comment, so we can move ahead to our miscellaneous calendar. And the first item on the miscellaneous calendar would have been the approval of the minutes from the May 13th meeting, but that is postponed. So we'll move on to the question of accepting a grant in the amount of $1,525 as part of the 2013 SHSP CCP grant program. Chief O'Leary will decipher that alphabet soup for us in just a moment.
It's a very
Chief
difficult
O'Leary.
way of putting a very simple name to it. It's for us to use these funds to educate the CERT programs. The Community Emergency Response Team, a group of volunteers from the community that come out when we ask them to activate shelters or come out on fires and things like that. And we'd like to continue the education of them throughout the year as things come up. And that's what we plan on using this funds for, if the board allows us to accept it.
Any questions from members of the board? No? Well, pleased that we got this grant, and as always, very pleased that the department is so proactive about applying for these grants and keeping cash flowing for important purposes like that we may not have otherwise. So I will move favorable action and move to accept the grant in the amount of $1,525 described by the chief and as described in our calendar. All those in favor say aye. Selectman DeWitt.
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky.
Aye.
Selectman Franco.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. It's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We'll see you in a few minutes. Next is the question of approving the following appropriation transfer from the fire department. It's a transfer of budgetary funds from motor vehicle supplies to natural gas and gasoline. And please go right ahead and present that to us.
Okay, so we're projecting a deficit of $8,000 in the utilities accounts. The two are affected is the natural gas at $3,000 and gasoline at $5,000. Natural gas was caused by a slight increase of what the cost was compared to what we projected. And the gasoline was actually up. We projected up by only about 200 gallons. And we attribute that to the winter because the mechanic Timmy daily plows the stations. And as we all know, we had a real snowy winter. So we believe that caused the shortfall there. But fortunately, we had a great year as far as our fixing our apparatus. So we had the $8,000 available in the motor vehicle supply account. So what we'd like to do is, with your permission, transfer $8,000 from the motor vehicle supply account to those two utility accounts to get through the rest of the year.
Thank you, Anthony. Appreciate that. Any questions from members of the board?
No.
All right, and this is not going to create any problem in the motor vehicle supplies budget, right?
Hopefully, we still have some weeks to
Not
go.
if Anthony tells us.
Let's hope everything goes good.
Okay, that being the case, I'm going to move that we approve the appropriation transfer within the fire department budget from motor vehicle supplies in the amount of $8,000 to natural gas in the amount of $3,000 and to gasoline in the amount of $5,000. All those in favor, please say aye. Selectman DeWitt.
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky.
Aye.
Selectman Franco.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have the question of approving a appropriation transfer within the Council on Aging budget. And I know Ruth Ann is here.
Thank you. Ruth Ann Dobek, Director of the Brookline Council on Aging. We too are requesting a transfer of $5,000 due to the frigid temperatures of this past winter. Our natural gas expenditures were a little bit higher than projected. And fortunately, we too have some extra money in our personnel budget due to staff transition. So that is our request.
Good. Questions from board members? No, it's pretty straightforward to me. I'm going to move that we approve the appropriation transfer within the Council of Aging budget from the salaries budget of $5,000 to the utilities natural gas budget in that same amount. All those in favor say aye. Selectman DeWitt.
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky.
Aye.
Selectman Franco.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Thank you.
Ruth Ann.
Do think we should have Mr. Simmons before us, because what I remember is he freezes everybody in the winter, and that's how we don't need to add more to our heating accounts.
Not at the senior center. He doesn't.
Not at the senior center. Not at the senior center. Right, right. Just in town hall.
And we have one temporary alcoholic beverage permit application this week, and that's for Los Anderson Museum for an event to be held on May 22nd at 5:30 PM. Any discussion or question about that? All those in favor of granting that permit, temporary permit, please signify by saying aye. Selectman DeWitt?
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky?
Aye.
Selectman Franco?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, and that's unanimously passed. We can move ahead now to our main calendar, and item 5 on that calendar is a resolution honoring Library Director Chuck Flaherty. And Mr. Burstein is going to bring that.
Our new chair.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. My name is Michael A. Burstein. I am the newly elected chair of the Library Trustees.
Congratulations, Michael.
Thank you. I have with me Karen Livingston, who is the previous chair of the Library Trustees, Carol Lohe, who is the newly elected treasurer of the trustees, and Vivian Goldman. 4 of us are 4 of the trustees of our 12-member board. And yes, we have a resolution for you to honor James Charles Flaherty, otherwise known as Chuck, who has been the library director for 21 years and who is retiring as of the end of next month. And I believe you have already received a copy of the resolution that has gone around for your signatures, assuming
have.
you approve. I don't know what the procedure, do I read the resolution that is being proposed?
Well, I think we usually read it, but, Mr. Flaherty's not here tonight, and usually we read it when he's with us, and so maybe we'll waive reading of it until he's here. Karen?
If I may pass the microphone to Ms. Livingston?
I think Mr. Flaherty knows that it's going to be part of an event which he'll be attending.
Which he doesn't know about.
Which he, right. So,
And of course, discussing it in this venue makes it a really big secret.
Easy, yes, right.
so we gave him a break by not having one more night to stay late at the library.
All right, so I wonder if you might tell us when that event is, since the cat's out of the bag on it.
It's June 17th.
So June 17th.
And in fact, we're sending around some flyers, and everyone in this room and everyone you know in Brookline would like you all to attend.
17th at?
Well, the patron event, the townwide event is from 3 until 5
At the library, I
at
presume.
the library.
Main library. Great, so everybody okay with waiving the reading of the resolution? Well, that's one surprise we'll keep until the 17th, okay? All right, good. Anything else that members of our Library Board of Trustees would like to bring to our attention?
Well, just 2 things, one logistical, one emotional. Logistically, once you vote the resolution, you should have a copy for me to take, which we are going to frame and present to Chuck, and I'd like to get that from you right afterwards. Emotionally, this is probably not going to be the first time that somebody sings Chuck's praises. I will probably say this again, but I remember when I first became elected to the Board of Library Trustees 10 years ago this year, that Chuck guided me as to what my duties were as a library trustee. And I think a lot of what the board has been able to do and what the library has been able to do has been because of Chuck's affable demeanor and excellent leadership.
Hear, hear.
Here, here. And I would just add that unfortunately, when we were going over, when we knew that the town administrator, our town administrator was retiring, we sort of looked over the list of folks who had high seniority, and unfortunately, Mr. Flaherty's name came close to the top. I would say we have been truly fortunate to have had him for these many years, and I'm delighted to hear that you are giving him a good send-off, because he really deserves it.
We agree.
The fact that we got so many of you here tonight just to make sure this resolution goes through
Right.
speaks volumes. And volumes is the right word for the library. All right, so unless there's further discussion.
I'll just comment.
Go ahead.
It's entirely appropriate for us to be doing this resolution. My interactions with Chuck over the last, 6, 7 years have been phenomenal. just seeing how he guided a controversial, at the time controversial, funding decision over RFID
Right.
checkout, and how he got a coalition together, got it through town meeting, and just working with him was just such a pleasant experience.
And to add to that, it seems to be working very smoothly and to everyone's delight and pleasure, because it does make everything work quite smoothly, so, good.
Okay, so I'm going to move that we adopt the resolution in our package honoring Library Director James Chuck Flaherty for his 21 years of dedicated service to the town. And all those in favor of adopting that resolution, please signify by saying aye. Selectman DeWitt?
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky?
Aye.
Selectman Franco?
Aye.
Selectman Goldstein, the chair, says aye. So that's unanimously passed, and we look forward to joining you on the 17th to really sing the praises of Chuck Flaherty.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Do it. Yeah, everyone's invited, the whole public. I'll come get the copy. Do you have it there?
You're going to have to give her.
Now Nancy is,
See, Nancy is
You're going to have to wait a few minutes, because we'd love to have all 5 signatures, and we are missing one member who's
Who's
in the building.
downstairs.
She'll join us
Do you know when she's coming up? Sure.
soon, we hope.
I will wait.
I can bring it over tomorrow.
No, I'll wait.
Okay.
I'll wait, and then I'll just come up here when she comes up.
Let's move on to calendar item number 6, question of authorizing our finance director, Mr. Cirillo, to sell $8.4 million in general obligation bonds. Mr. Cirillo.
Good evening. I'm pleased to be here this evening to make a recommendation that you accept the bond sale that was conducted last Wednesday. We borrowed $8.4 million. The average or the total interest cost was 1.8%. We had 8 bidders. Raymond James was the winning bid, but all 8 bids were clustered together quite well. 8 bids are a lot of bids for municipal paper. We have coupons of 4% for the first 10 years and 3% for the next 5 years, and that's typical. I was asked a question by a few selectmen this morning about why is that, and the reason, frankly, is because of the financial deterioration in 2008 left the bond market really in bad shape, and so in order to attract people to invest in bonds, the marketers charge the communities a higher rate of interest, but then give them front-end the money back to the cities and towns in form of a premium. We received a premium in this bond sale of nearly $900,000. And so true cost is 1.8%, although we would be paying 4% each year for the first 10 years.
And may I just simply say that when I read the summary, I thought, how did you get to that number?
We don't get to the number. We are offered the number, first of all.
Right.
I think that if we had our druthers, I think we would prefer to do without the premium and have the true interest rate, because then those of us who...
Well, because now the published rate is somewhat misleading, right?
Yeah, first of all, presentation-wise, it's misleading. Second of all, we'd like to have locked-in lower interest rates on our annual debt scheme so that we could plan ahead for long-term capital planning. So there are a number of reasons why we would like to have the 1.8, but we will use the $800,000 or $900,000 in premium for the same thing. It goes back into free cash and therefore supports your capital and pays you go in the next year. So.
Steve, how closely did these results match our expectations?
Almost precisely. We were estimating 4% for the 10 years, and I'm going to probably 4.5% or 4.25% for the 15 years, and it's 4%, so very precise.
Okay. And I wonder if you would just mind, for the benefit of the public listening, reviewing the projects that this bond money is going to.
Yes, I will. We're borrowing $3 million to upgrade the old Lincoln School, $1.5 million for improvements at the Municipal Service Center, $1,350,000 for roof repairs to both town and school buildings, $1.2 million for the construction of the Fisher Hill Reservoir Park, $1 million for wastewater improvements, and $350,000 for the buildings and grounds of the golf course.
And these are all projects that have already been approved and underway.
Fully authorized in prior years, in the capital plan for a number of years. So everything progresses forward in this long-range capital planning.
Selectman DeWitt.
I just wanted to ask you, I note that in the write-up, the heading here is, and the bonding rating
Yes.
confirmation. So I gather we're AAA again? Anything you want to add to that?
Well, I'm delighted that we have the AAA, and as I have said in every year since I've returned to Brookline in 2000, the congratulations for the bond rating goes to you, goes to the Board of Selectmen, the town administration, the advisory committee, the school committee, for all of your long-range capital planning. When we have our meeting with the bond rating agencies, what comes out of it is their high value of how we do long-range financial planning, how we see problems that could exist, and we put strategies in place to resolve them. And I could just name a number of them over the last 4 or 5 years that we've done in improving the fund balance and the water rates, the undesignated fund balances, changing the distribution formula for our free cash distribution. Those are just things that have happened in the last 3 or 4 years. Our funding plan for OPEBs, our strategic planning for pensions, all of these things go into the rating that we have. I believe that we have actually a very strong AAA rating. I was in there trying to push for a quadruple A rating. They haven't quite made that great leap, but at least they said they'd consider it for Brookline.
Is there such an animal?
No.
Of course not.
Well, we can always try.
I remember, I think from maybe statistics from perhaps last year, I'm not exactly certain, that at that time Brookline was one of 14 communities in the Commonwealth. Is that still
Yes,
true?
it depends on how you look at it. Each rating agency has their own ratings, and
so this is
Moody's has assigned 14 communities. There are a number of communities now that are getting AAAs. I would say that when you combine the two primary rating agencies, Moody's and Standard & Poor's, there's more in the vicinity of 25 now. And many
Out
of them...
of 350
Out
some
of 351, yeah. And many of them because they've begun to fund just at the beginning stages of funding OPEBs. Where we
I was
have
about to
been
say,
in-
because one of Brookline's major,
Yeah.
I would have thought,
Yeah.
factors in Moody's assessment is that we are funding, don't use the thing OPEB, other post-employment
benefits.
benefits.
Yeah.
Whatever
And we have
they
a
are.
short term for pensions, I should
Yeah,
also say that.
Right. So,
And-
anyway.
Selectman Franco.
Steve, I remember a couple of years ago, there was some mention in some rating reports about the dependence upon, of municipalities' dependence upon the federal government for funds, and that as a potential liability or some concern for the rating agencies. I don't see that in this report. Is that still something that the rating agencies are making noise about?
Yeah, when that concern came to the front, came to the fore, it was the concern about the significant federal budget reductions and how they would affect institutions in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the rippling effect it would have on Brookline. For instance, we did an analysis on the reduction in federal aid to hospitals and how that would possibly affect hiring at hospitals, which could affect the property values and rentals in Brookline. And we concluded that although there would be some pullback on rentals, that the high-end condos purchased primarily by doctors would not deteriorate. And in fact, the property values in the last 3 years have continued to grow. They have not deteriorated. There was a smidge in 2008, 2009, but it's turned around and gone back up again. So our property values are growing.
Thank
Of
you.
course, we're unaffordable too, but leaving that aside.
Well,
Any other comments or questions? Then I move that we authorize Director of Finance, Treasurer, Collector Steve Cirillo to complete the sale of $8.4 million in general obligation funds to Raymond James Associates, as outlined in our agenda. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Selectman DeWitt.
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky.
Aye.
Selectman Franco.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, and I just wanted to point out, as I do every year, there are a number of documents that have to be signed this evening.
Yes, we saw
And
the
there'll
pile.
be- I regret doing this, but it's only once a year so I appreciate that, thank you.
Thank you, Steve. On to item number 7. This is Police Department personnel request. Chief O'Leary, if you could come forward. This is the question of appointing new applicants to our new student police officers. Thank you.
Yes, this is almost to the end point in a long hiring process that began November 19th of 2013. When I was here about a month and a half, 2 months ago, I asked for conditional offers of employment for the same 9 individuals. Those conditional offers allowed us to move forward in the hiring process, which included psychological examinations, physical examinations, and a physical abilities test. All 9 candidates took those 3. All 9 candidates successfully passed them. So now I'm asking that we appoint them as student officers, as all 9 have been accepted into the Lowell Police Academy, which is held in Middlesex Community College in Lowell. That will begin on June 2nd of this year. And the 9 candidates, I have provided you information on them before, and they're on the second page here. There's a little write-up. I'll just mention their names. Christopher Crapo, Spencer McWilliams, Brian Sheehy, Matthew Soderberg, William Walker III, Armand Forbes, Brian Gallagher, Timothy Jones, and Daniel Alley.
Thank you, Chief. How long will it take before we might see these recruits exiting the academy and ready to start serving?
I think you'll meet them all at their swearing in, which will be sometime right around Thanksgiving.
Great. Any other
And-
questions, comments from the board?
I do want to express my regret that there are no women in this pool. I hope next time around you will be more successful. I know we reach out and do our best to recruit, and it's not a judgment, it's just simply a comment that it's too bad that we don't have any women in this pool.
I agree. This is one of the first times in a long time that there are no women being appointed to the police department.
But I do gather that we do perhaps have a few minorities, is that correct?
There are 3 African-American males on the list, William Walker III, Armand Forbes, and Timothy Jones.
Well, that's very good. Appreciate hearing that.
Sure.
If only one of them was female, it would be much better.
Selectman Franco.
I wanted to say I was happy to see that several of the candidates are either Brookline High School graduates or town employees, so it's always nice to see people from town come and work for the town and advance their careers with us.
Great, thanks.
Number of recruits are from the dispatching unit now, and I assume we'll be seeing some, maybe we've seen already, some new job authorizations for dispatching. Are we
Yes,
losing a lot of talent there?
There's 3 candidates in here from the dispatch center, 1 from the meter collection, and we have 4 new dispatchers. 2 of them are just coming off their training on Sunday night. The other 2 have graduated 2 weeks ago from the state academy, and there is 1 more vacancy that we'll be filling over the summer, and then we'll be up to full speed on the dispatch center. But there was a lot of turnover because we hired those individuals. There was 1 retirement after 30-something years, and then another individual went with the fire department.
Good. Thank you. Questions or comments? I saw your hand up a moment ago, Selectman Daley.
Oh, yes, well, I apologize for coming in late. I was held up at another meeting, but I noticed a few familiar names on that list, so I think we've got a few town legacies there, don't we?
I think there's, as far as town legacy, 2. Yes.
Anything further? Okay, well, I move that we appoint the following applicants as student police officers: Christopher Crapo, Spencer McWilliams, Brian Sheehy, Matthew Soderberg, William Walker III, Armand Forbes, Brian Gallagher, Timothy Jones, and Daniel Lally. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Selectman Daley?
Aye.
Selectman DeWitt?
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky?
Aye.
Selectman Franco?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much. Look forward to seeing them get through the academy.
Thank you, Chief. Next item, do you need a breather, Selectman Daley?
No,
Would you
I'm
mind?
ready to go.
Just in the nick of time for age-friendly cities. So Frank, Caro, and other members, namely Selectman Daley, are here to tell us about Age-Friendly Cities Committee and they update the board. Selectman Daley.
Well, thank you. My fellow co-chairs of the age-friendly, Brookline is an age-friendly town, are here. Ruth Ann Dobek and Frank Caro. And we have been working very hard this year. And I think we put together a report to show you all that we've been working on. And we have a couple things we want to ask you to cooperate with us on in the future. But I would say on the whole that we're getting a very good response, I think, around town. We have a great many seniors. They're very active. And we've had quite a bit of participation in some of our events, and people are very interested in our progress on this. So, Frank, I think, were you going to start with some of the accomplishments?
Well, one thing that I'm hoping the board will do this evening, we have a couple of people that we would like to add to the committee. Did that get on the agenda for this evening?
I'm sorry, it's not on the agenda this evening.
No, but I think you could introduce people, and then we can put it on for next time.
Oh, okay. Well, we have two people here who are active in the committee and want to be a formal part of it. One is Shirley Celeb, who is here and who has been very active in our transportation subcommittee. She has a particular interest in specialized transportation for seniors and people with disabilities. Been doing a lot of valuable background work for us. And the other person is Sarah Lynn Allaire, who has joined us recently as a liaison from the Commission for the Disabled. We're extremely pleased to have somebody from the Commission for the Disabled working with us because there are a great many overlapping concerns, and we think this collaboration is going to be very helpful to us, and just delighted that Sarah Lynn has agreed to join us. So we hope that that will be formalized in at a.
You can put it on the next.
We would be glad to do that.
All right, thank you. All right, we have some things that we want to call to your attention as accomplishments. If you look at the report, there's a kind of a whole kind of list of things. And it's actually, but when we went to compile what we'd accomplished within a year, we were really surprised at how much it's added up to. I think kind of rather than trying to give you kind of a sort of a listing of you can I think you can flip through it yourselves. I would like Nancy to talk a little bit about the health fair that we put together a year ago, and Nancy was very instrumental in.
Yeah, well, Ruth Ann and I both worked on that one, and I'll start, and maybe you'll have a few things to add. But we had a whole day-long series of events at the Senior Center, and it was actually in cooperation with Jewish Community, Hebrew Senior Life, sorry. And they had gotten a grant, so that we were able to accomplish quite a bit. But we had speakers, we had food, healthy food, we had some activity, some like exercise type activities, we had displays. Our police department was there. We had great cooperation from all our town departments. The police department was there with their new system they have of bands for Alzheimer or other dementia patients. Who else did we have from the town? We had the library. And the library has been working on a number of both cooperating on the low vision study that we've been looking at some of our buildings to make them more accessible for people with low vision, but the library's been working on that one in particular. And the health department, I helped work on this one. We set up a little area with all the stuff that people might fall or trip over or something. I proposed to Ruth Ann that we make it kind of a fun house and people would have to totter through and try not to trip over. But Ruth Ann vetoed that, I'm sorry to say. But anyway, Dorothy Kelly Gay, who's since retired, was a wonderful driving force with us, I think, on that project. And you want to say a few more words about it?
Just the importance of bringing together not just the town departments, but we also had some other displays from private practitioners on aging issues. And then one of the whole things with Age Friendly that we've discovered is many of the public are not aware of the services that exist. So one of our goals was to bring together a forum where we could educate the community. And so that happened at that event. And as a segue, we are so pleased with the buy-in of all the departments across town. I mean, there's some traditional that you would think, like the health and police and library, that are more social service, but, we work in recreation, of course, but we work with everything from the assessors to public works. So from A to W, I can't find an XYZ yet, but we'll have to come up with a department. And I think that's been the goal of this Age Friendly, is to bring in some of the non-traditional departments and work not just for senior friendly, but the entire town benefits. And I know that Frank's going to be talking about pedestrian safety, which hits all ages. So just a quick save the date. Our annual meeting is really going to focus on all the town departments and this report, and that will be September 17th, a Wednesday, late afternoon, and you'll be hearing more in the town as we try to roll out this report.
I just want to have Frank briefly, Frank ran a couple of housing forums last summer that were very well attended, and it shows what huge demand there is in Brookline for senior-friendly housing. And if you could just say a couple words about the forums, and the planning department really worked with him and that.
Yeah, with help from the planning department and then participation of the Housing Advisory Board, one of the things that we've accomplished is that we've kind of really called attention to Brookline's long-term need for substantial expansion and supply of senior housing. And I think through the couple of events, public events that we've held, we now have a constituency that recognizes it, that need, and so that down the line, when we will see proposals for senior housing development, we will have a constituency that will come out and be supportive of it, which I think will be very important for us in the public process. I should say too that it's a kind of the result of this. We've identified a citizen who's really come forward and has introduced the idea of making use of the air rights above our public parking places.
Why don't you introduce that citizen? I see him sitting
Well,
there.
it's Henry Winkleman.
Henry, raise your hand.
Acknowledge Henry. Henry recently made a presentation to the Housing Advisory Board on this idea, and this is an idea that we are going to hear a good deal more from in the years to come. We also have expectations that Hebrew Senior Life may be proposing to do something on Center Street to take advantage of some of the property that it currently owns. So we are going to be seeing some proposals coming forward, and we've, as a result of this initiative, we've accelerated the process. So these are some of our accomplishments.
I was going to say, now we have a couple of things that we're launching into, and we need the board's help, I think, and town administrator's help on some of these, so, but.
Well, and, you know, the first one that Nancy is going to speak to is we think the town really should make something of the fact that it is the first municipality in New England that has joined the World Health Organization's Age-Friendly City Initiative. We beat Boston to the punch. Boston has now joined, but, you know, we were first.
So we would like on all the signs as you enter town to say Brookline, an age-friendly town. And that's, I think, relatively inexpensive and would be a nice thing to do.
Great.
So, and the second thing that we're asking for is something that Ruth Ann has already mentioned, and that is your cooperation in encouraging the town departments to participate in the celebration that we're going to have of the Brookline status as an age-friendly city that we're going to do in conjunction with the Brookline Can annual meeting in September. So, you know, Ruth Ann can say a little bit more about that.
Thank you. It will be an opportunity again for the various departments who have accomplished so much to get some recognition and look ahead to the next year of work that's ahead of us. So we're actually having another planning meeting next week, and then we'll be rolling out invitations and requests. We loved Nancy's idea last year of making it interactive and fun, so as long as you're not falling too much, and but we're looking for some ideas to how to get across the various departments' contributions. So,
Can I ask while you're at the mic, we know that you're going to have a reception or a sort of an open house for your new health activity space. Do you want to just tell us a little bit about what's going to be available there?
sure, thanks for this opportunity. As you mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, the grand reopening of the senior center to mark the completion of the renovation project will be next week, next Friday, May 30th, from 3 to 6, and it is an open house. The Justin Myers Jazz will be performing, we'll have healthy food, and we'll be showing off the new space, the fitness center, which is taking new memberships, treadmill, Nautilus weights in that. We have a donated ping pong table in one of the new classrooms that's getting a lot of activity. And our health services bringing in, we currently offer podiatry. We have now acupuncture, donated services by a local doctor, Reiki, counseling on Medicare. All of these are expanded services that you'll be able to take part and enjoy on next week on Friday.
Okay, well, the next thing that we want to talk about is our activity on the pedestrian front. I think, it's not kind of really by design, but as things have fallen into place, we seem to have emerged as Brookline's advocate for pedestrians. And, kind of one of the things that we, kind of well aware of that kind of many seniors look for, but, other people as well, is that they look for a residential environment that's walkable. And one of North Brookline's great assets is its walkability. People can live in places where it's possible for them to conduct most of their daily affairs on foot. They can walk to shopping, to cultural activities, to parks and open spaces. They can walk readily to public transportation, which will take them great distances. And we're also aware of the importance of walking for health. There's a lot of data now that suggests that people who walk tend to be healthier. So, walking is for people who live in a kind of environment like North Brookline. It's not only a practical activity, but it's a healthy activity. So we, have been engaged in a variety of things to enhance walking. You're aware of the work that we've been doing on the winter sidewalk issue with the slippery sidewalks. The Transportation Board has heard from us about our concerns about the interface between cyclists and pedestrians on sidewalks, and we've come out kind of encouraging other alternatives for cyclists so that they don't need to ride on the sidewalk. And in kind of the context of kind of our broad concerns about the importance of walking, and in a sense recognizing Brookline's walkable features, and also having, being sort of attentive to possibilities for improving the walking experience. We've have floated the idea that Brookline establish in North Brookline a formally designated district that's to receive enhanced attention for pedestrian-friendly features. The idea of this is, on the one hand, to recognize the walkability, to recognize that we have some commercial areas that are in walking distance from one another, that are surrounded by multifamily residential housing, where it's possible for people who live in that housing to make use of the business districts, and where we have good access on foot to public transportation, to kind of to recognize that, and to kind of use that idea to really orchestrate a series of, well, for one thing, to document what we have, and then to kind of orchestrate some modest improvements to build on what we already have. We have floated this idea informally with members of the Transportation Board, with the staff in the Transportation Department, with the staff of the town's economic development staff. So we've had a good deal of informal discussion about this, but would really help us would be your assistance in convening departments, convening interested boards and commission to kind of really to look carefully at this idea and see whether it makes sense for us to take the step of formally designating a district to pursue in what we're calling enhanced pedestrian features. I think this is a situation where the concept really goes beyond the scope of, say, the Transportation Board or beyond the Department of Public Works. It really calls for some thinking across traditional lines, and we think the Board of Selectmen is in a particularly good position to convene the interested parties and encourage them to sit down and consider this idea.
I'm just going to give you a couple of solid examples so you know what we're talking about. It really doesn't have to be all that expensive. Some signage, perhaps some extra benches, an area where bicycles truly are not allowed on the sidewalks, except maybe tricycles. And
areas where we pay particular attention to tree wells so that they don't pose a hazard to pedestrians, where we pay particular attention to street lighting so that pedestrians have adequate street light at night. And I should say that some of this is more difficult because it really also calls for attention to the width of sidewalks. There are some kind of places where we have reason to think that the sidewalks should be wider.
But it could be a multi-year,
Oh,
Jeff.
absolutely.
Anyway, I think we'd be happy to take questions.
I wonder if you have thought about talking to the Walk Boston people who've invested a fair amount of time and research in identifying ways to make a city more walkable. I know they produce...
We're actually working with them.
Good. Good.
And we have a project that is underway, which we're doing collaboratively with them.
Well, that's good to hear, because what I'm thinking is one of the things they do is creating maps that talk about good, sort of pedestrian access ways. And I do know that we have, I don't know if it's still available, but we did have in Brookline a little brochure about all of the paths, the Brookline paths. It seems to me there might be an interesting project that we could try to help you with as the Board of Selectmen to move along something that would be a practical thing that you could sort of hold in your hand, I guess is what I'm thinking about, in addition to whatever other improvements you think we should make.
Yeah, I think part of this is just enhancing the public's appreciation of Brookline's walkability. I mean, the fact that we have so much that's accessible to us that's in walking distance. It's a way of, kind of enhancing the life, the quality of life of residents. It's also something which attracts people to Brookline.
Well,
And
just
kind of really,
a minor footnote here, but one of the things that I know attracts people to Brookline in part is the fact that we have neighborhood schools that kids walk to. And I know in my neighborhood anyway, that you could argue, I think, that little kids, the sort of first, second, and third graders walking, have all of the same issues that older folks have. And so to the extent that we're making our town more accessible and walkable, it's supporting both ends, so to speak, of the age spectrum.
Right. I mean, that's absolutely the direction in which we're going. I mean, we start with senior concerns, but we really think this affects quality of life of all residents.
Good. Other questions or comments? Well, I counted at least 2 opportunities for new groups to be formed as a result of this report, which is an indication that you're really being innovative here, and I appreciate that. One would be to work on this walkability issue, and the second would be on the housing opportunities. And I hope that right after town meeting, we get busy putting these plans in motion.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate you listening to us, and we hope we'll see that go on those signs. Welcome to Brookline, an age-friendly town.
There's a third group, the
Yeah.
sign, welcome sign group.
All right, thank you. We'll be back. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate all the hard work that went into that report. Next item, item 9, is the question of establishing a permanent Martin Luther King Committee, and this is my own item, so I'll do the talking. I had the honor and privilege of serving on the ad hoc committee that organized this year's Martin Luther King Day celebration commemoration. And it was a extremely eye-opening and extremely productive group that we formed. Our conversations were remarkably extensive, and they went far beyond planning the logistics of a public celebration, and really talked about the philosophy, the social vision, the political vision of Dr. King, Reverend Dr. King, and the importance of bringing that vision to the town at large. We had, after the event, we had a kind of a debriefing session where everybody present expressed a need, a desire, not just to work on next year's celebration, but to actually work on at least another, and possibly more than another event during the year where Dr. King's message is celebrated and people are educated about it. The Martin Luther King Committee, to this point, has not been a standing committee of the town. In your package, you saw the vote from 2011, which was just designed to appoint a committee for 2011.
Well, it was the 25th anniversary, I guess. That was
That's
a
right.
special.
That's right. It was.
Embarrassing that it took us to have that event, but yes.
And in the interim years, there's been sort of an ad hoc continuation of that. But I think the time is right to establish a standing committee. You had at your places this morning this evening, a proposed vote charging that committee, and a second vote authorizing the board to seek candidates to fill that committee. Now, I've run this vote by the members of the ad hoc committee. They all are approving of it. I'm hopeful and almost certain that the ad hoc committee members from last year would be happy to serve on the standing committee. The vote that I've proposed allows a membership for that committee that's potentially unlimited. It would be, at the discretion of the Board of Selectmen.
Selectman Daley would really appreciate that, right?
So the Board of Selectmen would, if you approve this language, would be authorized to determine the appropriate number. And I can tell you, there's need for quite a few people. Many people who want to be involved, there's probably room for them, so. And I welcome your comments and edits, and I see the need for at least one edit myself, but.
Yeah, there needs to be an S.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, it was it.
Yeah.
It was the edit of the
Right.
S. Members, and the Board of Selectmen may appoint as many members to the committee as they determine to be appropriate. I struggled with the whether to include a sentence in here that the Board of Selectmen could also, remove members from the committee, but I think the appointment is sufficiently.
I think actually the
Instructive.
selectmen have the authority to do that, so I don't think it needs to be stated. And I personally think that the idea of it being very flexible, if we can put it that way, would allow it to be expanded to the size you need for a particular task. It might be that there would be bigger events and smaller events. So, I don't have any feelings that you need to have a number
Yeah,
or,
well, if you have infinite expansion capability, you don't need to kick off the ones who aren't coming. You
Right.
just appoint somebody
more.
new.
Right.
By the way, the other events or the other functions during the year might not be events at all. They may be things like, a recommended reading list that gets circulated, or a shelf in the library where pertinent materials are circulated, or a program that's recommended for the schools.
Or maybe even working with some of the Brookline Can people, thinking about if a map got created that was for pedestrians, that might also list where hidden Brookline sites are, for example, things
Well,
like
and
that.
I thought, I often think the Hidden Brookline tour doesn't get quite enough publicity when it's hard to figure out when it's going on, but that might be something you guys could help with, because it would be interesting for people to take it.
Is there a need to specify term in office? Or is this just an
See,
indefinite?
I don't think there is.
Okay.
Selectman Franco, I thought about getting more specific about terms, but I think this is the kind of committee that people will serve as long as they are in love with the process. And I think when people cease to be interested in it anymore, we'll find that people resign, or when they can't anymore.
Actually, and I would even argue that the second vote is really important, because we'll need to put the word out and recruit people so that the existing members know that they have the opportunity, but also attract new ones.
I know that
Absolutely.
they're all waiting for my email tomorrow to hear that they should get their applications
Right.
in, so. So unless there's further comment or question about it, I'm going to propose the following vote. First, that we establish a standing Reverend Martin Luther King Committee charged with planning and administering the town's annual observance of the Martin Luther King Day holiday and other events and programs to provide education and advancement of Reverend King's philosophical, social, political vision, and legacy. The committee will be chaired by a member of the Board of Selectmen. The Board of Selectmen may appoint as many members to the committee as they determine to be appropriate. So moved, and to signify your assent, please do so by saying aye. Selectman Daley?
Aye.
Selectman DeWitt?
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky?
Aye.
Selectman Franco?
Aye.
And Selectman Goldstein, the chair, says aye. And my second vote is that we seek candidates for appointment to the Reverend Martin Luther King Committee, And all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Selectman Daley?
Aye.
Selectman DeWitt?
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky?
Aye.
Selectman Franco?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you. Move on now to our next agenda item, which is grant of locations. I see our NSTAR representative with a big smile on her face, ready to
I
come
thought
forward.
Mr. Ditto was back
Yeah,
there a
I'm
minute
not sure
ago,
where
but he
Mr.
disappeared.
Ditto is, but I spoke to him earlier today, so.
He was around.
Good evening.
Good evening. If you- Renee, can you hold on one second, please? Let's see if Mr. Ditto is available to join us. You want to take a look now?
I think Melissa went.
Yeah. Just a couple minutes, please. Anybody know any songs, jokes? Red Sox scores?
I could ask a question that I don't think would interfere particularly with the discussion. Do you have times identified for these projects, work times?
Time of the day or of the year?
Days,
Here's Mr. Ditto.
dates.
These are not on the schedule until, for quite some time. They're not specific, there are no specific dates for these.
Okay, that was the answer to my question.
All right, we've got Mr. Ditto, but we lost Selectman Waschinsky in the process. So I think we can
Go
move
ahead.
forward. So I don't, either one of you can present this.
Good evening, my name is Renee Banks Clark from Instar Electric, and I'm here on behalf of Instar to represent for these three petitions to install conduit and manhole in these three streets. Adams Street, Crown and Shield Road, and Houston Street.
And can you tell us the purpose of these
Absolutely.
improvements?
The reason for this request is so that we can replace the existing electric system in the road. So currently a split fiber main system, and we'd like to replace it with a more reliable system.
Are these, this is a neighborhood where the electric service is already underground, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Selectman Daley?
Is this, is this one of the ones where you can do this with a small trench, or is this a dig up the whole road kind of a venture?
It's a small trench,
Okay.
about 18 inches maybe wide.
Mr. Ditto, anything to add?
Only that this is a public hearing, and we did mail out the notices 7 days in advance of the meeting.
I'm going to follow up my question about dates then. If they're not, if the work's not scheduled yet, will the abutters get notification when the work is scheduled?
Yes, they'll be notified at least 3 days prior.
Okay.
Okay. It's a public hearing, so I invite any members of the public here either in favor or opposed to these grant of locations to please come forward. The first is Crowning Shield Road. Anyone here to speak on that one? And the second is Houston Street. Anyone here to be heard on that one? And the last is Adams Street. Any takers? Okay. All right, anything yet further from the board? Okay, seeing no objection, I'm going to move that we approve a grant of locations in Crowning Shield Road, running from the intersection of Pleasant Street, a distance of 480 feet. All those in favor say aye. Selectman Daley?
Aye.
Selectman DeWitt?
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky?
Aye.
Selectman Franco?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Second, I'd like to move that we approve a grant of locations on Houston Street, west of 98 feet to the west of St. Mary's Street for, I'm sorry, it's approximately 98 feet west of St. Mary Street for a distance of 140 feet. All those in favor say aye. Selectman Daley?
Aye.
Selectman DeWitt?
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky?
Aye.
Selectman Franco?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. And finally, I'd like to move that we approve the grant of locations on Adams Street for, at the intersection of Pleasant Street, running westerly for a distance of 340 feet. All those in favor say aye. Selectman Daley?
Aye.
Selectman DeWitt?
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky?
Aye.
Selectman Franco?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have some licensing matters to attend to. The first is the question of approving an application of LMS Limited, DBA Pavement Coffee House, for an increase in their entertainment license. Is the applicant here? Right, would you come forward, please, and introduce yourself?
My name is Lawrence Margulies. I'm the owner of Pavement Coffee House on Com Ave on the BU campus. I don't know if you guys have ever been there. We have awesome coffee.
I have not had the pleasure.
You should stop by sometime.
I will.
I will charge you full price.
That's good to know.
That's what I'm supposed to do, right? That's what
Yeah, absolutely.
That's exactly right.
So Friday and Saturday nights, it's a little slow sometimes in the cafe, and my managers are requesting that we have some nice acoustic music for our guests, or just some sort of quiet event to bring in customers. People are very artistic who work in cafes and who hang out in cafes, so we feel that it would be a nice fit. So I think we're licensed right now, I think, to stay open till 11, but we close at 9.
And this is for taped music, this is not live music.
Those would be live
Oh,
music.
it's live
We're
music?
licensed
Oh,
now for taped music.
Instrumental, acoustic guitar, and wind instrument.
So, I'm sorry, I'm not.
And I was
seeing it.
actually
Can I write you in?
going to ask you.
Oh, second page. I see.
If the, you mentioned Friday and Saturday, but you've only, we have some slight inconsistencies. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
But in our printed agenda, it says Fridays between 8 PM and 10 PM. On your application, it says between 6 PM and 10 PM. And I just want to be clear that it is on Fridays only.
It
Could
is
you-
whatever you will grant me.
Okay,
Well, that's-
'cause
that's
we
what-
need to know.
That's what you filled out the application for.
Right.
Okay.
So we can't really-
I'm here on request of my manager, so if they've said to me Friday, they want it on Friday nights, then that's what the application I filled out. I couldn't recall when I got up here.
Okay.
And I don't think it will start at 6 PM. It'd be nice if the license said 6 PM.
I know,
but
in the
couldn't see
calendar it says
happening.
8, but on the application it says 6, and I just, oh, where are we? Okay, you've got it, I see. Ah. Well, here, it says 6, okay, so we just had different,
I think it's, the application says 8.
right,
No, but
you
it-
are correct,
And
you absolutely.
The
Page
cover
11.
sheet says 6.
Yeah,
That
right.
was our mistake, that's a typo.
We're assuming it's a typo. The 11-4 says 8 to 10, so,
It actually has a difference between the tape music entertainment and the,
It's a
Yeah,
one-hour
and the
difference.
right.
live. So I think
And-
that's the intention, huh?
could be.
Okay.
I see what you mean.
So
All right,
I think
we
we'll-
need to know
we'll-
what we're voting, so
We'll
as
vote
long
it
as we're
according to the
clear.
entertainment application, and that includes a difference in hours for tape music and for instrumental music. Any
And I'll,
comments,
I'm,
questions,
As always,
concerns?
favoring live music as the mother of a musician.
All right.
I just want to note that based on what you just said, that you usually close at 9 PM, you're going to have a license for 1 hour of live music on Friday nights from 8 to 9. So just something to be
I'm
aware
not
of.
licensed.
8 to 10.
Right, but if they close at 9,
That's what he said.
But I'm licensed to stay open till 11, I believe, so maybe on that night they'll stay open later. but-
Okay. It's not a public hearing, but I will ask if there's any public comment on this, just in case there is. And seeing no public comment and seeing no objections, I'm going to move that we approve the application of LMS Limited Corporation, DBA Pavement Coffee House, holder of a common victular license at 736 Commonwealth Avenue, for an increase in entertainment license to include tape music Monday through Sunday between the hours of 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., and to include instrumental music between the hours of, on Fridays from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Not Saturdays, though.
That's
Great.
what he's asked.
That's what it
Yeah,
says.
right.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Selectman Daley?
Aye.
Selectman DeWitt?
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky?
Aye.
Selectman Franco?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next item is the question of approving the application of Grill on the Green, DBA Vine Right Grill, for an extension of hours for alcoholic beverages. Is the applicant here? Ms. Wiesel, would you come forward, please? Good evening.
Good evening.
Why don't you tell us about what you're seeking, please?
So I'm Lisa Wiesel, owner of the Vine Ripe Grill, and we are seeking to extend our morning hours to serve alcohol. Right now, the existing license starts at 10 during the week and on every day except Sunday, and Sunday starts at 12. So we were hoping to start at 8, which is, the golf course opens at 6 every day except Monday, which is 9. So we were hoping to be able to serve alcohol starting at 8 instead of 10 during the week, and then 10 on Sundays instead of 12.
And tell us a little bit about the purpose of that change.
So the golfers start at 6, so most of the tournaments start at 8 every day. So they're all on vacation, they're all coming in, and they want to come and get a beer. Sometimes at 8, not always, but we thought if we could service them, it would help with the tournaments.
Good. Selectman DeWitt.
I would like to quote from our alcoholic beverages regulations. It says, "Hours for sale of alcoholic beverages and operation, quote, in no event shall licensees sell or serve alcoholic beverages earlier than 10 a.m. or later than 2 a.m. A licensee may petition the board to sell and serve alcoholic beverages earlier than 10 a.m. on days other than Sunday, except that in no event shall a licensee sell alcoholic beverages earlier than 8 a.m. And I'm quoting that because our default policy is 10 a.m., and frankly, I will not vote for 8 a.m. service of alcoholic beverages for anybody, anywhere, ever. That said,
Any other comments? I mean, I'll comment that I will support the weekday. We can't authorize earlier than 10 a.m. on Sunday, but on the other days, given that this is a very unique kind of use here, it's the golf course, and the golf courses, like it or not, have beverage service and have a demand for beverage service at 8 a.m., and it sounds too early for me, for my personal taste too, but I know.
And for me too.
I know people do. And I think we need to have a viable golf course and a viable vendor at the golf course. So
and just for the record, we did get at least one neighbor comment in
I
opposition.
understand that, and I'm going to ask for public comment on this too. So.
Can I ask, though, are you serving food to these people? Because we don't like people served alcohol, particularly pre-breakfast alcohol or something.
Yeah,
if they're
our
not-
biggest seller in the morning are breakfast sandwiches, so they come in and get a breakfast sandwich and a beer. And it doesn't happen a lot. It's mostly for tournaments. On a day-to-day basis, it's not, we don't sell a lot of beer in the morning, but on tournament days, which are every day, not every day of the week, but in the summertime, they could be on a Sunday, a Monday, a Tuesday, a Friday. So on those days, it would be really helpful, because the problem is they're bringing their own. So not only do we lose those sales, but they're drinking alcohol that we're not aware of, so, which has been a problem in the past.
Does the rec department allow alcoholic beverages to be consumed on the golf course
No.
premises?
I'm sure they
No,
don't.
but it's hard to police.
Well, you could call a policeman. I bet that would work.
Yeah, they're aware of it. I think Park and Rec is aware of it, and Tom Ellis is aware of it. So they have done a better job over the last year.
So I'll note that the police department has chimed in on this, and they don't have an objection to it, and I don't recall ever hearing of a problem with alcohol at the golf course, and I think we would be hearing from the police department if that were the case. I'm going to ask for public comment on this. Anybody would like to be heard, please let me know, and they can come forward. Ms. Frawley.
Regina Frawley, town meeting member, precinct 16. I have heard from people, I got the packet and only one person is in there, but I have heard from others who raised this concern to me as well, and I spent a great deal of time talking with different people, including the complainants. I personally think if you have to drink at 8 in the morning, you got a problem. And as a town, we're not in the business of enabling that problem. I also don't think it's enough to have food available. There are states regulations, and I put some time into this, where you can't have a drink unless you've ordered the food. And you have to have it sitting there and being observed. So that would be true even at 10 a.m. But I don't think that, not to mention the Rotary around Horace James Circle, and reports that there's almost an accident a day, and the other day there was one that went right on the Rotary. Town meeting member Ab Sadecki, who is a physician, saw that, and he opposes this increase in hours. I oppose this increase in hours. I speak for several people who have let me know they oppose this increase in hours. If the vendor would like to have tournaments, they can come in on a tournament basis and request an exemption from this board. You do give one-day exemptions on a regular basis, and they've received exemptions on a regular basis. And then you have the opportunity to review that application and the reasons and the tournament. When they apply for the original, not just them, anybody applies for the original contract for the golf course, they've always had to submit tournament menus as well as regular menus. So there's a tremendous history of being responsible for the food that's being served and the alcohol that's being served, or any other drinks that's being served. So for that and several other and common sense reasons, I just can't see a reason in the world. Even if you get off the 7 o'clock shift, you shouldn't be drinking at 8, and you're not going to head out on the road after 9 or 18 holes. They used to call it the 19th hole for a reason. It's supposed to be much later. I speak, as I say, for several town meeting members that I've spoken to. Thank you.
If I can just address one point that you made, Ms. Frawley, and that is,
I'm sorry.
when we have a licensee, a permanent licensee or a seasonal licensee, they can't apply for a temporary license. So your suggestion that they apply on a case-by-case basis as tournaments
You
come up.
extend the hours on a regular basis. For example, when they have a private party renting the public golf course.
That would be a temporary license, and that's something.
And that's
not
really the
allowed.
terminology I should have used. You can still grant a temporary.
No, that's what I'm saying.
You can't?
We can't.
Well,
do a temporary
then they
license
still
for-
can
for a
drink after
permanent-
10 a.m.
I understand.
However, interesting enough, one thing that I should have mentioned, people were, and me too, more understandable about having a Sunday brunch, where theoretically you actually sit down, you order a meal, and you can have a Bloody Mary or mimosa or whatever your poison is. That I could actually understand, but not during the week. Just simply bad municipal governance. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, please.
Cornelia Vanderzeel, town meeting member from Precinct 15. I don't actually have very much to add to what Regina just said. I also oppose the 8 a.m. start on any day. I think 10 a.m. on Sunday is probably fine if people are there for brunch and what have you. And as in terms of people drinking, bringing their own alcohol in the golf course, if we don't have some regulation about that, we should. And if we do, it should be enforced. Drinking early in the morning is really not a good sign of your own mental and physical health. I'm a physician. I mean, this gets drummed into us from pretty early on in our careers. And I just think drinking that early, I mean, even 10 a.m. I think is a bit early, but I would go for that, but not the 8 AM. I think that's way too early to start.
Thank you. Yes.
Sarah Lynn Allaire, town meeting member from Precinct 16, and I'll just add to that, I just think that's too early for people to be drinking on the weekday, 8 a.m. I do support the 10 a.m. start for Sundays, and I just wasn't very impressed with there's a big need for this also from the applicant's description.
Thank you. Further comments, questions from board members? Okay, well, Selectman Daley?
Well, I certainly think that the 10 a.m. on Sunday seems reasonable. I too am pretty uncomfortable with 8 a.m., especially because then people get out and drive, as somebody mentioned, right in the rush hour.
See, as a golfer, I'll tell you, I mean, people don't get out and drive. People get out and drive the ball, not drive the car. There are certain golfers, and that's part of their culture, is they drink with a beer or two in them. And, it may not be our style, it may not be our culture, but I don't think we're running a big risk that we're going to end up with infractions or drunk drivers any more than we already experience that risk with every licensee that we have. So I appreciate the concern, but I don't think that this is a noise issue. I don't think it's a rowdiness issue. I think it just doesn't conform to some people's idea of when's an appropriate time to start drinking during the day, but that is not necessarily the idea that some golfers have, and I don't see any reason to restrict it. Selectman Waschinsky.
Well, this certainly isn't my style to drink so early, or heck, I wouldn't have anything before dinner. But I see this as people going into the golf course as opposed to when they're coming out. I'm willing to give it a try, and then if there are any problems when they come back for renewal, we just don't renew it. But I'm willing to give it a try.
Selectman Franco, you want to speak on this?
I'm comfortable with the 10 a.m. on Sunday. I am uncomfortable with an 8 a.m. Monday through Saturday license. I'd be willing to do 10 a.m. across the board, but 8 a.m. on weekdays and Saturday is not something I'm comfortable with.
Can I make a motion?
You may.
That the hours we approve be from 10 a.m. On Sunday through Saturday. And closing, I don't have any, I guess there's a 11 o'clock closing Friday through Saturday and 10 p.m. the other days, but I'm going to move that we approve 10 a.m. Across the board, Sunday through Saturday as a start.
Okay, a motion's been made. All in favor, say aye. Selectman Daley?
Aye.
Selectman DeWitt?
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky?
So if I'm willing to,
We're going to try another motion afterwards,
You
too.
can-
So
okay, so
this is on Selectman DeWitt's motion to basically to Monday and
right,
start.
okay,
Right.
I'll say no.
No, Selectman Franco?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. And I'd like to move that we...
Well, we just,
Wait a minute.
we just accepted it.
It just
That's
got
it.
passed.
Right, but we can make another motion to see if the 8 a.m. on other days works, too,
I think we just voted 10 a.m.
on Sunday.
7 days a week. I proposed 7 days a week. That was my motion.
So I would, if that's the way you're doing it, I would change my vote to yes.
Okay, but I don't see why we can't also vote, now make a second motion for 8 a.m. and see if that passes. I suspect it won't.
Let him make,
Usually,
you can make the
well,
motion, go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
usually you would do it in reverse. You go with the more
Right,
restrictive and you
right.
work your way up.
It's
Right.
true.
So you don't run
I'm
into
new at this, so.
That's why I was so.
I could have done it in
I
reverse.
was thinking,
order.
what?
Right.
What is he doing?
All right, but just, can I be absolutely clear for the record in the minutes? My motion was 10 a.m. 7 days a week, 10 a.m. start 7 days a week, and that was supported by the vote of the Board of Selectmen. That's all I want to be
And I-
clear
and
about.
I
Okay,
agree
fine.
with that.
You can make a notion.
So
another
I'll make the
now.
motion that we also approve an 8 a.m. start on Tuesdays through Thursday, an 8 a.m. start Friday and Saturday, and a 9 a.m. start on Monday. And with the 10 a.m. start on Sunday, that was already approved. Selectman Waschinsky, do you have a comment on that?
No,
Or
no,
make a
no,
different
that's,
motion? So all in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. Selectman Daley?
No.
Selectman DeWitt?
No.
Selectman Waschinsky?
I'll say yes.
Selectman Franco?
Nay.
And then the chair votes aye, yay, and so
So
that
it
fails.
fails.
Okay. Thank you all. Appreciate your comment and input.
So you got 10 a.m. on Sunday. Sorry.
Thank you. Next matter is item 13 on our calendar. It's Rocco Enterprises LLC, DBA Pan Roma, and it's an application for a common victualler license and an application for a entertainment license. Is the applicant here? Please come forward.
Good evening.
Good evening. Would you introduce yourself and tell us about what your plans are?
Sure. My name is Paul Delarocco. What I'm hoping to do is to purchase the Pan Roma restaurant, which is already existing, and really nothing's changing other than just a change in ownership. Although the application does have a TV on it. Apparently you need permission to have a TV. That's the only change I'm aware of.
Okay.
I just have a question, and this will apply to the other common victualler applications. You're just the first one up. But again, I'm, in our forms, not everybody sees and then fills out, and in your case, it's not, the question wasn't answered. We have adopted a policy that would permit bring your own bottle alcohol on common victualler premises, but in order to do that, you must follow our alcoholic beverages regulations with regard to safe service training and many other things. So I'm just raising this issue. It's not just your application, but there's several others that would also be affected. But in your particular case, there's a question and that you didn't answer it, so I'm going to ask you directly. Do you have any interest in providing bring your own bottle services?
80% of the business is delivered.
Okay, all right, so the answer is no, and it's just blank here. That's why I'm asking you. Okay, thank you.
Good catch. Other questions from board members? Seeing none, I'll ask if there's any public comment on this application. Again, we're talking about 1026A Commonwealth Avenue, Pan Roma. No? Okay. Seeing no comment and also hearing no objections, I'm going to move that we approve the application of Rocco Enterprises LLC for a common victualler license at 1026A Commonwealth Avenue, and further that we approve the application of Rocco Enterprises LLC, DBA Pan Roma, for an entertainment license including television, and that the hours for that include, I guess we don't need the hours, right? It's the same hours as the current operation?
Yes.
And that's 11 a.m. to 2 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. So moved. All those in favor say aye. Selectman Daley?
Aye.
Selectman DeWitt?
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky?
Aye.
Selectman Franco?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Next item is the question of approving the application of Hinkapi Investments, Inc., DBA Milky Way. And is the applicant here for that? That's another common victualler license with entertainment. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Juan Carlos Hincapié, and I'm acquiring the frozen yogurt store Yo Bro in Cypress Street at the intersection with Boylston, right next to the Brooklyn Hills T-stop.
Good.
So the proposal is basically is this exact same concept, and hours and menu. And we're hoping to go back to the original concept of earlier hours for coffee and pastries acquired from a wholesale vendor, and to keep more or less the same menu and offerings.
Why don't you tell us about what hours you are proposing, please?
So in the application, I propose a wider range of hours because I think that's what I saw on the original application. But basically, we're during the normal year of operation would be 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And in the summer, Fridays and Saturdays, it would be more like 7 on Friday, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. and on Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. and then on Sunday, just a short day from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
So
It's
that's a
not what
modification
the
of what's on the application. So if, I certainly, actually, you almost agreed to what I was going to propose, except for the Sunday 6 p.m.
Thanks.
Yeah,
I was going with the providing more flexibility, but those are the more reasonable hours.
And my impression is, because we did a little research into what the hours of the prior operation were, and I don't believe they were open till midnight.
No,
So,
never, yeah.
yeah.
But for some reason, those hours were on their application, either what they had proposed or, I'm trying to stay with the same model.
Sure.
But just kind of bring back the early morning offerings during the week.
Right, yeah, the concern that we've heard from the neighbors relate mainly to the later hours. So that's an area of sensitivity.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And, there's no business and nothing going on after 10 p.m. on a summer Friday or Saturday evening, so.
Or a winter.
Or, well, yes.
Other questions, comments from board members? No? Any members of the public here to be heard on this one? Yes, please, come on forward.
And while you're coming forward, I just want to say, I know we got some inquiries about the menu, and we actually got a copy of the menu, which neighbors may not have seen. And the menu is smoothies, it's yogurt, coffee, hot tea, sodas, and baked goods. That's basically
That's
the
correct.
menu. Okay.
Yes, Rothstein.
Hi, I'm Susan Rothstein on Milton Road, and a butter and a neighbor, and I welcome you. We came because we were concerned about the original notice being till midnight, which seemed unusual and out of the realm of the rest of the businesses along Cypress, even to the south and to the north. So if these are the hours that are restored into the application, I'm fine with that, and I wish you a lot of luck.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Leary, I saw you got up.
How do we know what the exact hours?
We're going to vote them.
We're
You'll
going to
on
vote
them.
them in just a second.
Okay, good, all right, thank you.
Phyllis, I saw you get up, but you're okay.
It was a food question.
Okay.
But it's been answered.
Thank you.
I just want to say as a neighbor, well, as long as you're not going to be waking me up at midnight.
No, absolutely not.
Oh, by the way, I do have a question.
Please go to
Phyllis,
the
come
microphone.
on up.
I just thought of something else.
Great.
Signage. What is the signage going to look like?
Well, that's actually not up to this board, that's up to the planning board. Have you been to the planning board for signage yet?
No, not yet. But we're changing the name, but we're keeping the exact same sign, so you will not see anything different.
Oh, great.
It's going to say yo, bro?
Just repainting the sign. It's a small sign over the store if you've seen it.
But it will say Milky Way.
It will say no.
Okay.
It might be a cow or
Ah,
Might not be a
okay.
cow there, but yes.
So there's absolutely no confusion. Could we just review what the hours
Yeah, let's
are
do
gonna
the
be?
hours, right. Excuse me, just to be clear, so we get what we vote accurately, I understood that you say Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., on Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., and on Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.?
Correct, that's absolutely correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So.
Do we want to make the license so restrictive on Sunday?
Well, he can come back for a
Do you-
change.
If I am at the store on a Sunday and there's traffic, I wouldn't mind staying until 7, but.
Do you want to make it 8?
Why don't we,
So that's what I was going for original, was trying to allow myself that flexibility, but I am.
I would suggest 8.
Yeah, let's do 8 on
But
Sunday.
I thought when he earlier talked about the hours, he said earlier on Saturday.
Right.
He did.
But, you know, we're giving him a little more flexibility.
For Sunday, though,
Sunday.
not Saturday.
Yeah, no, okay.
So he wants to stay open till 6, but if he finds it's busy at 6:30,
Right.
you know.
No, I'm questioning the
Shouldn't have-
Saturday, 10 a.m. Because I thought he'd said he wanted to start earlier than that.
No, 10.
10
10
on
on
Saturday?
Saturday. Yeah.
And 10 on Sunday.
So
Okay.
I have
I think it's very
10 on both
reasonable.
days.
Yeah, okay.
I have a logistical question.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the application, and it says a proposal of 10:30 a.m. opening on Sunday. So can we
We
be
can
more
change it.
we can be more expansive? Okay.
Yeah.
I've just been the subject of Sandy's wrath on trying to do things at town meetings, so.
Yeah, I
sensitive.
thought we couldn't expand.
No, this is not the town meeting, and as long as the hours are not in violation of either local or state regulations, we can set the hours.
Okay,
Can I just make a comment?
go right ahead.
I live in the neighborhood, so I walk past there twice a day, and I welcome you to the neighborhood, and I wish you the best of luck. You know, there've been you're the maybe third operator, you know, in that location, so I'm sure you're aware of the history, and I hope you'll have better success than the other two.
I don't have the challenges that the first two had in terms of the financial commitment.
But I do notice that you have no food service experience, so I hope.
I actually do.
Oh, good.
So I'm an administrator by profession. I have an MBA from Babson College.
Which is in your favor, by the way.
Thank you. And I did, I was a manager at Finagola Bagel before it became a successful franchise
Okay.
back in the 90s. And so I do have food handling experience. I just got my food
good.
handling certification from Food Serve. And I enjoyed the environment, and I think that that area of the town has a lot of promise, and I think that we should all commit to keep it lively and to keep those businesses alive. So that's and that and the fact that I wanted to give my children the experience of the entrepreneurial aspect of life, no matter what they choose. Two of them are here tonight, and I'm just hoping to engage them on that and have a good experience with that. And as I said, I don't have the financial challenges that the two prior owners had, so even if things don't start as well, I'm not gonna. I have a pretty good sense that I'm not gonna struggle with the finances of the business.
That's good to hear, and also, I think you live nearby, and that
Yes,
gives
yeah,
you an
but just a few
investment,
blocks,
you're
so-
part of the neighborhood.
Yes,
You
so
can, right.
just a few blocks away. Yes.
Well, there are two strong neighborhood associations in the neighborhood, and
could join
you
one.
can connect with them.
That would be great.
And representatives of those neighborhood associations are here.
Right.
I'm going to move
Thank you.
favorable action on the application of Hincopy Investments, DBA Milky Way, for a common victualer's license with the revision to the application that the hours of operation are Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. And also that we approve a entertainment license to include radio and television during those same hours. All those in favor say aye. Selectman Daley?
Aye.
Selectman DeWitt?
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky?
Aye.
Selectman Franco?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you and good luck.
Well, I think our three selectmen from Precinct 5 were just called upon to become more lively.
Next is the application of Lee's Burgers, Brookline Inc., DBA Lee's Burgers, for a common victualler license at 1331 Beacon Street, and also an entertainment license for radio, tape music, and jukebox, which is good to hear. Adam?
Good evening, Chairman Goldstein, members of the board. For the record, my name is Adam Barnowski. I'm with the law office of Robert Allen, 300 Washington Street here in Brookline Village. I'm here on behalf of Lee's Burgers Brookline, and with me is Jimmy Wong, Nai Wang, and Chung Chung, who are three of the four business partners. Mr. Wong and Nai Wang will be on the ground there operating the business day to day. We do come before the board on a request for a CV and entertainment license at 1331 Beacon Street in Coolidge Corner. This is the location that was previously Naked Pizza. As a bit of a background, this partnership has been operating a Lee's Burger in Newton Center for the past 3 years. It's done very well, and when the opportunity arose, they thought it might also do well in Coolidge Corner. Certainly, I think we could agree that there's a need for a good burger place in that area. And they're looking at having service really for lunch and dinner at the beginning, but they would like the opportunity to expand to a breakfast menu within about 6 months. They've been talking about a few different ideas there, which is the reason for the 7 o'clock to midnight operating hour, 7 days a week. They'll be renovating the space. They're looking to open up sometime, hopefully in the late summer, but they are changing the whole place. Right now, it's more of a, you go up, you order, there's a little place to eat in the front. They are looking to make it a relatively, comparatively large dining area. It's going to be 20 seats there, more dine-in area. They're not looking for BYOB. The partners do have vast experience, as I'm sure the letters of recommendation show in the restaurant industry, and we provided a litter letter. Happy to answer any questions the board may have, and certainly the partners can answer any questions as to operations.
Well, we're talking a lot about hours tonight, so let's review the hours, please.
Oh, the hours again? So it'll be.
Did you cover that? I'm sorry.
Just briefly, but it'll be Sunday through Saturday, 7 days a week, 7 a.m. opening and a midnight closing.
Members of the board, questions or comments?
Well, they were rave reviews about Lee's Burger, I will have to say. So I'm only going to hope that neighbors do not object to the midnight closing, because that's the only issue that I see as a particular concern.
Is there residential directly overhead?
No.
Okay.
No, it's not.
No, it's offices in that block.
It might even be just a single story.
Yeah.
It's just a single story.
Any other comments or questions from board members before I ask for public comment? Members of the public, any voices in favor or opposed to this? None. Okay, well, I don't see any reason not to move this forward then. So I will move that we approve the application of Lee's Burgers, Brookline Inc., DBA Lee's Burgers, for a common victualler license at 1331 Beacon Street, and simultaneously approve the application of Lee's Burgers for a entertainment license to include radio, tape music, and jukebox during operation hours. All those in favor say aye. Selectman Daley?
Aye.
Selectman DeWitt?
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky?
Aye.
Selectman Franco?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Thank you. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Next, we have the common victualler license application of Nexus Innovation of Boston, DBA Basil Rice. Is the applicant here for that? Please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening.
Would you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your operation?
Hi, my name is Apisit Limlam Wongsi. Right now I have a restaurant in West Roxbury called Thai Spice for about almost a year and a half now, and I saw the space available on Harvard Street just about 3 months ago, and I think it's a good location for another, in my second store, and I plan to do it as a more like kids-friendly. The food will be easy to eat, and the name will be Basil Rice.
We note there's no BYOB here, and
No.
DeWitt mentioned that earlier. And I think it's a very extensive application, actually, one of the best we've seen. Why don't you review your hours of operation for us?
Yeah, I plan to open from Monday to Saturday, from 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. And on Sunday we will from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Questions, comments from board members?
Just one question. I think you mentioned some takeout delivery. Are you planning to do this with your own people or hired service?
We might hire outsider, and also depending on the, we don't know what would be the volume of the delivery.
You don't know yet.
Yeah,
right.
but if there's more delivery, we might hire our own staff.
My only reason for commenting is that you have to be sure you have allowed for parking.
Okay.
If you do it from your own, if you use your own people,
Right.
it will become a difficulty if you haven't got designated parking space for a delivery vehicle.
Okay. Yeah. In the compound, this retail center, we have quite a good parking space within the. I mean, it shares the space with the Starbucks and Wings Over and a few others. And I think in the evening it's quite available.
Okay.
So it's good.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Other comments or questions from board members? Any members of the public here to speak either in favor or opposed to this application? Seeing none, I'm going to move that we approve the application of Nexus Innovation of Boston, LLC, DBA Basil Rice, for a common victualer's license at 479 Harvard Street in accordance with their application. All those in favor say aye. Selectman Daley?
Aye.
Selectman DeWitt?
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky?
Aye.
Selectman Franco?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, and it's unanimously approved. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Next is the application of Sun Cook Lau, DBA Oriental Pearl, for a common victualler license at 220 Washington Street. Good evening. If you'd introduce yourself and tell us a bit about your operation, please.
My name is Sun Cook Lau. She's Mei Dai. We're gonna purchase a restaurant in 220 Washington Street. Basically, we just keep the same thing. It's nothing changed. Just change the owner. I mean, same food, same hour, everything same.
Okay. What are those hours, please?
Monday to Thursday, 11 a.m. to 12:30 a.m. Friday and Saturday, 11:30 a.m. to 1 a.m. and Sunday, 2 p.m. to 12:30 p.m. 12:30 a.m.
So that's a little bit
is
different than your
inconsistent.
application.
Yeah, but we're gonna close the dinner. We're gonna close the dinner at 10:30 p.m. After that, we just do delivery.
All right, so your application says it's Monday through Sunday, 7 days, all the same hours, 10 a.m. to 12:30 a.m. Now, you can always open for shorter than that, but you can't go beyond that.
Okay.
Although, I don't know, there's a notation here that then says 10 a.m. to 12, it's 12:30, right?
Yeah.
Not 12, right? That's the same thing.
Do we know what the current license is?
that is what it is.
Actually, I thought that there were, that the current operation was all more takeout and not,
Yeah.
So it's mostly takeout, and you heard Selectman DeWitt ask a question a moment ago of the previous applicant. Do you have provision where your takeout driver is going to be able to park?
Yes.
Where is that, please?
After 5 p.m., I partner next street in David F. or White Place.
On the
Yes.
side street?
Yes.
Okay.
Is
In the
that-
morning, I apply the meter, I apply the meter space.
Okay?
That is a residential area there, and I'm a little concerned about the noise of, so you have your car that's going to do deliveries
Yes.
right around by people's houses?
No way.
Is it on, I'm not clear if you understand. I think on White Place, there's a 2-hour parking limit.
Yes, this is what usually we change it every 2 hour. I apply in the David F. We keep changing the space.
So you're using the meter in front of the building?
Yes.
Which is intended not to be used by operators of businesses, but intended to be available to people who come to your business. You realize that it is not good for your business to keep that space?
Basically, right now, I just do what the owner do it right now. We just
Yeah.
do the same thing.
I know.
Yes.
That's what they're doing now.
Yeah, I know that, and I've heard complaints about it, so.
Yeah, but every 2 hours we change the location. Then
Yeah.
after 5 o'clock, I apply in the David F and White Place. So
Yeah,
it should
I
be
know.
no problem for parking.
Right.
Is there no parking behind the building that you can utilize or anything
No,
of that
No.
nature? right?
no, there's nothing.
Yeah. All right.
What is the current ending time, do we know?
On the license.
You know, I don't have that license.
We don't
I
have
thought
that,
it was
we don't have the
12:30,
CV.
but
Can't tell you.
You're not extending your hours anything beyond the current license, is that correct?
Yeah, right.
You
Just
are, I'm sorry, just to be clear.
we don't change anything.
It's
Just keep the same
completely the
thing.
same hours that
Yes,
you've got
right.
right now.
Right.
But does the license
Yeah, I
say
don't know that the license
12:30?
says
We don't know what the license says.
All right. What's that? Could you? That would be terrific. We're going to hold this for just a bit, okay?
Sure,
We'll get
sure.
back to you in just a few minutes. In the meantime,
Yep.
oh no, this is our last one. So if you just take a seat, we'll just have a brief rest here for a second.
Okay.
I can't remember approving it. I can't remember approving it 12:30.
Yeah.
I remember there was discussion, they wanted a late,
It's been more of a grocery store, to be honest.
No,
no,
And a takeout.
takeout.
that's,
Well,
the grocery store was in the neighborhood.
So it's a little bit of a late
Take
hour.
out. It was next. I think it was
We'll find out. It's just really close. It's like it's sticking in my mind because it's just don't seem like it's 12:30. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah. Okay, if you can come forward, we've got the current application. So it appears that in good memory, board members, by the way, that the original application for your predecessor, and this was only in December of 2013, was a 12:30 close, but that was not what was approved. What was approved was Monday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., Sunday, 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. So it's not the 12:30 hours that you've asked for, and this was very recently discussed.
Right.
And not, in this board, composed of mainly the same members a few months ago, were not in favor of those extended hours.
So do those hours conform with what you're planning?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
But it's earlier than what you told us.
Yes.
The hours would not be as late as you were just asking for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but we intend to close it, the dining room is at 10:30 p.m. Then we keep the delivery until like 12 o'clock or something.
Oh,
No,
he keeps on with deliveries. He closes, but keeps on with deliveries.
Well, see, I actually do remember that being part
Yeah,
of the
right.
conversation in December, but that's not what your license says. Your license, current license there says Monday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., a little bit longer, an hour longer on Friday and Saturday, and then Sunday, 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. But I think we'd have some flexibility there if you wanted to
Yeah.
open earlier on Sunday. So I'm reluctant to extend anything beyond what's working there, only because you're dealing with a very, very residential neighborhood, much more so than the previous applications we've had, much closer to residences than you've got presently. So that's where I'm likely to come down here. I can't remember, did I ask for public comment on this yet? No. Anybody here to speak in favor or opposed to this application? Seeing none. I will note that Mai Day is the greatest person in the world, and I congratulate her on one of your applications. I think that's a very nice thing to hear, on one of your recommendation letters.
Right.
So I'm going to move that we approve the, excuse me, I'm going to go back in time here. Approve the application of Sum Kuk Lao, DBA Oriental Pearl, Sum Kuk Lao and Dai Yi Day co-owners for common victualers license at 220 Washington Street, subject to revision of the hours of operation from, and they would be as follows: Monday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., Sunday, 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. Would you like to open earlier on Sunday? We wouldn't bind you to 3 p.m. start on Sunday.
Yeah, 2 p.m.
2 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, it's Sunday, 2 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Yes.
All those in favor, say aye. Selectman Daley?
Aye.
Selectman DeWitt?
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky?
Aye.
Selectman Franco?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Patty, for getting that for us. All right. Just for the record, there, in case anyone was here, for Lulo Juices, that application's been withdrawn. Bay State Foods application has been withdrawn, and the application for All Kinds Club license at the VFW American Legion post is also withdrawn. We're on to our discussion of warrant
That one's
articles.
postponed.
Postponed.
I'm sorry, postponed. Thank you. We're on to our discussion of warrant articles for upcoming town meeting, which begins next Tuesday night. And the first matter for further review and vote is warrant Article 10. And Selectman Daley, do you have anything to update us?
Yes,
on?
yes, I do. Let me check. I see one of my committee members in the audience, because I gave away my thing that Mike Sandman had.
Your marked up copy?
Yeah, I gave one of the other committee members that, and was looking on Mike's. Do you happen to have it? So, yes, okay, good. No, we've got one. We've got one. Okay, thanks. Oh, was it right here in my packet? Yeah. Anyway. Okay, so we did have a meeting earlier tonight, and I'll try to, we just did this starting at 6 o'clock. I don't have a written version, but if you look at the version that was in your packets that has some red line on it, that's what our committee voted a couple weeks ago. And we now worked to reconcile with some of the other versions, the advisory committee's version. And I will go through and try to tell you where the changes are. And Marty will remind me if I'm missing anything.
Did you also incorporate anything from CTO&S?
We had already voted on a couple of things from CTO&S. Did we didn't take any more of them, did we?
There were 6 that we adopted last week, and then we discussed the other 3 tonight. Jean came to our meeting.
Yeah. So I think most of them are in here, that we took a bunch of them already, and they're in here. We did reject a couple of them, and I can explain why. So the first thing is the membership, and it was, the advisory committee had voted for 15.
So you're on page 2.
Yes. So we had voted for 11 to 15. Our committee advocating for some flexibility, because while there is a lot of interest in this commission now, historically, that hasn't always been the case, and so to make it easier to have a quorum, and make the committee maybe a little more manageable, we said, let's do 11 to 15. When we have a lot of people interested, we can go with 15, otherwise 11. The advisory committee, as I say, was at 15, and tonight we revoted that and we went to 15, but with a quorum, I checked with town council on this, and we are able to redefine the quorum to a certain extent. So we've used the language that the quorum shall be defined as a majority of the serving members with a minimum of 6. So in other words, if the committee dropped below 15 and we weren't able to immediately fill those extra slots, the quorum would be half plus 1 of the number who were serving, but we would have a minimum of 6. So the advisory committee was somewhat worried about that language. What if you got down to 3 members? Then a quorum would be 2 members. So we said minimum of 6, which is what the quorum would be if you were at 15 members.
So where's the quorum language, please?
Okay. Let me see.
Page 2, at the end of the paragraph, commissioners shall be appointed by the Board of Selectmen.
Yep.
Should consist of, and it should now say, a quorum of the commission shall consist of a
Majority of serving members with a minimum of 6 members?
Yes.
So if you have 15, the quorum is 8, right?
Yes.
Right.
But this is intended to address the difficulty of having less than 15 actual
Okay.
active appointed members.
Okay. That's fair.
Good.
Okay, then we, on the school language.
Oh, wait, can I ask a question?
Sure.
There was some dispute or discussion, I don't know, dispute's the right word, about the selectmen having an ex officio member. How has that been resolved?
Yeah, that is one that CTO&S was saying we shouldn't have an ex officio member. And I said to them and said elsewhere that I serve on the Council on Aging. I think Selectman Franco is our new representative to the Disability Commission, or maybe I don't mean to get ahead of the chairman here, but that was Selectman Benka's.
Has he been asked yet?
I don't know.
He's been
I
asked,
have.
he's agreed to, he hasn't officially been
Oh,
appointed.
okay. So we do have a history in some cases of selectmen serving on committees. My group felt that in the past, the Human Relations Commission has been somewhat isolated, and that actually it would be good for the town, good for the commission to have that connection. So we did not accept CTO&S. We were in disagreement with CTO&S on that.
But you're in agreement with the advisory committee? Both you and the advisory committee agreed that there should be an ex officio selectman?
Yes, they were fine with that.
Where's that language in here?
Second to last in that
It's,
paragraph we were just looking at, second to last sentence. BOS shall select.
Just before the quorum. Okay. So, and it's explicitly a non-voting member.
Yes.
Correct.
All right,
That's not one of the 15.
All right.
what else?
Okay, so then when you go down to the next section, which is the Director and Chief Diversity Officer, in earlier versions, you may remember, we had a possibility that if necessary, if people felt that the whole job wasn't getting done, those 2 responsibilities could be split into 2 people. That seemed just like too much confusion for people. So the last time around, we said, they're one person, the Director and Chief Diversity Officer. So that is in this language.
So
Okay.
that hasn't changed.
And
That's in the red line
and the
language.
advisory committee are in agreement to use the title director.
Yeah, let me, okay. We, tonight, voted to stick with, well, we had a perplexing vote on our diversity committee, because we voted 4-2 to stick with director, as the town administrator has said he would like this position to be. I personally have said I think it is working much better in its current iteration as a, a part of a department where there can be resources to be called upon, and so I was in favor of director. There are other people, and Mr. Rosenthal can speak to this if you want to hear about it, because I think he's going to make a motion at town meeting, who wants it to be a department head. So we voted 4-2 to stick with, I think that was right. Let me just read my notes here.
So you have the word director and...
Yeah, we voted 4-2 to go with director and office, which is office is in here and director's in here.
Okay.
Not to change it. But then one of our members, Bernard Green, also voted to change it. So he voted to not change it, and then he voted to change it. He wanted to support both opinions, apparently. So that was, the second vote was 3-3, when Marty made his motion to change to department head. We were split 3-3. And Marty, can you tell me, what the advisory committee, can you just go to the microphone? As I recall, the advisory committee, subcommittee that was there, voted to stick with director.
They've kept director, but they too rejected the amendment by me and Stanley.
Yes.
The extra sentence, which comes from the human resource.
Yeah, and I did tell Marty and Stanley, Neil Wyszynski's suggested variation, that it could be department head or senior administrator instead of /senior administrator. And then I suggested, without a bylaw change, you could then lobby us to say it's not working as a director, senior administrator, it needs to be a department head. But he made a face at that point. I won't speak for him, but I didn't think it was a good face. I'll just tell you that.
I tried.
All right, but can I point out that we
Battle
do
weariness.
have, and even on the list that Mr. Rosenthal provided us, other town employees whose title is office. We have a chief technology officer. We have an economic development officer, and those people are in the same status as a director would be. But since this is being called the office, I think that's what we have before us now, right? Office?
Well, Sandra
I
DeBoe,
found
though-
that the chief diversity officer was actually quite an agreeable title.
Yeah. Sandra DeBoe is a director of an office, but also her bylaw says that she's also a department head / senior administrator.
Well, that may
so
be.
that is,
Right.
so that
Right.
is where.
I mean, I can certainly
that was
understand that, but in philosophy, I actually, and I wish I could remember now whose version this is, but I like the idea that the chief diversity officer, whatever else you call that person, is part of the team within the Health and Human Resources, Health and Human Services, where there is also Veterans Office and other kinds, and in particular, the town's, I can't think of the right word right now, what Mr. Gelano has been doing before he undertook this project, which is dealing with individuals who have all kinds, he's providing social services, which is appropriate in that context, as opposed to some kind, a separate department. It doesn't make any sense to me. There's a good group in that
Can I suggest,
area.
while we're on the point, and since we have the sponsor of a proposed amendment standing before us, let's hear from Mr. Rosenthal, why.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Marty Rosenthal, I'm a town meeting member, Precinct 9, member of the Diversity Committee, member of CTOS, former selectman, and parent of a junior at Brookline High. So it really comes down to the stature of this person's position and of the commission. And we believe that the stature of the position will add to the stature of the commission, and that titles matter. And we basically felt that at a minimum, it should be a co-equal to the Human Resources Director, who has an office, has a separate line item in the budget, has employees, which this person may not have right away, and is a director and has that language, which might not have been the way we would have drafted it originally, department head, senior administrator with a slash, and it is a little confusing, and had I written it, I might not have written it that way, but it's partly to have parity with that person, which has been an issue for the last year. I won't call it turf wars, but let's just say the interactions between those two committees and boards, I think it needs co-equal status at a minimum. But the real idea is to have stature in the community, stature with other department heads, and give basically those three titles in a sense. And Stanley and I are indifferent about the office versus department, but we do like the department head label, and which is what Sandra has, which is an office with department head. And some of this goes back to the conversation with Sandra DeBow at the Diversity Forum last year, when this really hit me about the importance of stature. I'd say a couple of other very quick things. I know you don't want to hear from me at length, and I've probably gone longer than you want, but there are some small departments right now, especially the one I've pointed to especially is the Veteran Services. It's a very small department, but it doesn't lose anything by being a department. It doesn't, the roof hasn't caved in your financial plan or in town hall from that being a department of one, and I don't know if his staff person is a part-time or full-time, but nothing is, the sky isn't falling from that tiny department. And this would say nothing about where the person would be situated. We're asking the town administrator to make sure this person has staff help, whether it's in his or her own department or in another department, and they could stay where they are, whether it's Lloyd or somebody else. So none of that is really at issue, is where are they housed. I've never really understood, with all deference to Mr. Kleckner, the argument a department of one makes no sense. Now, Stanley and I are also pointing out that one reason it's a department of one is because of cutbacks the last couple of years, especially 3 years ago. And Stanley raises the analogy about somebody who's killed their parents and then complains about being an orphan. To some extent, there's a self-fulfilling prophecy here. The department was reduced, and now people are being told because it's only one person, it shouldn't be a department. There's a circularity to that bothers us. We're trying to empower a new commission, and to do it, at a minimum, we think they should have these titles and the possibility of additional staff help in the future, which is going to be there one way or the other, but the titles matter. So I think that's the short version of what we're saying, and we have had approval from the moderator to add this as an amendment for a vote. And I would hope you'd consider it. I really don't see it as being parade of horribles, but
I'm going to briefly respond. A couple things. One, if it's a department, the person has to spend time working on a budget. That's the current incumbent would rather not do it, and very much would like to stay in the Health and Human Services Department, where he feels he gets a lot of support. The other thing is that that there is a problem about making this person a department head and then saying he's also going to be an employee in the health department for his other portion of his work. As you may remember, Steve Bressler had, over the years, had to assume a lot of other functions like cable TV monitoring, et cetera. Lloyd also does, as he's a PhD psychologist, he does some work in his field for the health department, and so it works very well for him to be there. And so that's what we voted. As I say, it was kind of a bit of a split vote, but I think the advisory committee was going with director as well.
Or the subcommittee.
Marty, did the
It
whole...
was approved by the full advisory,
Oh, okay.
but there were some votes for our position. I forget the count. We got
Okay.
at least 6.
There you go. Okay. In 3.14.2, the second line, there's an in changed to an after. That was one of the CTO&S things that we took.
What page?
3.14.2, 3.14.2,
Oh, yeah,
I'm
here.
still on page
It's this.
2, the bottom.
It's after, you've substituted after for the
Yeah,
word in.
that was one of the CTO&S
Yep.
changes that we took.
Chief Diversity Officer is incorporated into everybody's, I hope?
Yes.
Okay, just want to be clear.
And we did say the office can be, oh, and I want to also point out, although we did, it is a director's position in our version, we have said that the Chief Diversity Officer reports directly to Mel. If they feel that Mel is proving to be, or his successor or whoever is proving to be a roadblock, they actually have the authority to come directly to this board and report. And so we tried to give them a fair amount of
Doesn't that
stature.
present some sort of conflict if you've got an ex officio selectman sitting on the commission? I mean, I have to say, I find this is making things more complicated
Yeah.
and less clear than it used to be, which was a mess.
Okay, well, thank you.
Sorry, it's not you personally, I'm looking at the language.
It is a complicated area, and one of the things is that the Chief Diversity Officer and the / director has a responsibility to the commission, but that person also has an independent responsibility to the town, that they would be called in on sensitive matters or employee matters that wouldn't go before the commission. That Sandra DeBow, currently Lloyd is serving as what's called the Affirmative Action Officer. We've renamed it Chief Diversity Officer. But he gets called in on matters where it's appropriate.
Right.
That's
I mean,
kind of...
I understand that. What I'm not understanding is the confusion of different allegiances, different, how the reporting works. If the person reports to the town administrator and then appeals to the Board of Selectmen, and we've got a member of the Board of Selectmen sitting on the commission that presumably hires and oversees that individual.
Well, no, the person is appointed by Mel,
Okay.
as with all other
Okay.
such appointments.
Okay.
And
Well, there's different languages in different versions, and I'm confused.
I think, may I?
Oh,
The appointment is by
okay,
the
sorry.
selectmen.
Yes, yes.
Right.
Sorry,
But,
she's right. she's
Like
right.
department heads.
Right.
The same basic process.
Yeah.
Just getting back to the CDO, I felt for the last few weeks there was too much confusion about the diversity committee really never contemplated the possibility, because of budget reasons, in the near future of having 2 separate hires for this. CDO separate from the director. So I don't think we really clarified the reporting lines between the CDO, if a separate person, and the director. So that was one reason I favored, and everybody has agreed with me, to make it one person, that the director should also be the CDO. And if there's later both tasks and resources to have a second person, they could be an assistant director or something. But
That's actually one where I think you've clarified things.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I thought we did, I hoped we did, and I'm glad to hear that at least one person thinks we clarified one thing. But it's complicated.
Yeah, but to be effective, this person has to have a sort of wide-ranging brief, as it were. And the ability to come directly to this board is, what if in the event that someone in the town administrator or someone directly working for him is the problem? And so that the CDO feels that they could not get it resolved by just going to the town administrator. That's why we put that in.
Can I just say something about
I
the
don't
ex
have a problem
officio
with
thing? It seems to me as if there's this ex officio selectman who's a member of the Human Relations Commission, whatever the new title, could recuse himself when it comes to this board, if that's an issue.
Well, I'm looking back actually at the work that you were intimately involved with in the police reporting, where the selectmen are distinctly not involved because they're the place where an appeals process ultimately goes.
But that was just complaints. I mean, this commission has a wide-ranging responsibility, and the sentiment was to reject the CTOS and to have somebody from the selectmen that has an official role with this commission. That's the view. I happen to share it. I was in the minority on CTOS on this. I share the diversity committee and the advisory committee view on this particular issue, but
Okay.
I'm going to ask at some point to be given the opportunity to ask
Yeah,
some
yeah,
questions
no,
before you vote, please.
You will have a chance to speak tonight. I said we would last week when we needed to cut off debate, but tonight we got the time, we'll definitely do that.
Thank you.
Okay, so the other major change has to do with the language in section 3.14.3, and in complaints against the town, V, and then VI, complaints against the schools, and VII, other complaints. Okay, if you look on this sheet you got this evening, the chart of Mike Sandman's, okay, on the page 3 of that, he has some other language for complaints against the schools, the possible reconciliation language, the last column. The schools had objected to our language, and this was offered as sort of compromise version. And we did vote for it tonight, and we voted to rewrite the other two sections. So that's the complaints against the public schools.
And this is the possible reconciliations column?
Yes, yes. So VI in there.
So why don't we read that out?
Okay. Complaints against the public schools of Brookline. Receive complaints directly or through the CDO against the public schools of Brookline, its employees, agencies, or officials, except school employees, and after, there's some stuff missing there. Wait a minute.
Isn't this the business about
the ellipse there.
preliminary
Yeah.
review and summarize the complaint as well as et cetera?
Yes. So we had initiate preliminary review of the alleged facts without drawing any legal conclusions concerning allegations of discrimination or bias against a member of a Brookline protected class by any school official or employee. The new language is review and summarize the complaint, as well as any issues of concern to the commission without investigating or making determination of fact or drawing any legal conclusions concerning allegations of discrimination or bias against a member of a Brookline protected class by any school official or employee. The commission CDO may, in addition, 1, present its summary and concerns to the school superintendent or the school's committee for consideration of further action, and/or provide the complainant with information on their options. The public schools of Brookline are encouraged to engage the expertise and/or resources of the CDO Commission when pursuing resolution of any such complaints or when revising policies and procedures relative to diversity and inclusion. I felt our language was a little stronger, but as I say, the schools objected to it, and the majority sentiment seemed to be going with
I noticed there was
possible.
a school committee member present. Was
Yes.
this
She's the
acceptable?
chief objector. Yes.
Well, was this accepted, was this language
I
acceptable?
think she preferred the reconciliation language. I think
Oh.
she didn't want us to mention the public schools pretty much at all.
I see.
But she preferred this reconciliation language to what we had.
Okay.
And so that was what we eventually voted for, and we voted to make complaints against the town and other complaints go in parallel with it. So there would be similar
So the
changes.
language would be the same?
The same in the other two sections. So that is the changes that we voted for, just to get to the CTONS stuff that we didn't vote for. I don't seem to have it in this version, Marty. Is there anything I've left out? that-
What I remember,
Yeah, CTONS stuff we didn't vote for.
there was an item about removal of a commissioner.
Right, we
How
did
did you
agree
deal with
to
that?
that, and we put it in that we are the appointing authority for the commission members, so CTONS said we should be the ones to remove. It shouldn't be them setting up rules to tell us when to remove somebody, so we did agree to that change.
Okay.
As I mentioned, the after consultation, we took that one. And
So where is that language?
Section 3.14.4. This was one of the CTONS issues. I think it's been deleted. I just highlighted it because I didn't know how it got
3.14.4, did you say?
yeah, the
3.1.4.
14.4, you'll see it's X'd out.
Oh, so,
So they
so
they accepted that.
you accepted taking it out?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
We agreed to take it out.
Okay, I was starting to lose it.
So the other thing that we resolved tonight was they were saying that the quorum should be the
Serving
majority
members.
of the serving members. We took that, we took the after, we took,
Does that include the ex officio selectmen serving members?
Well,
no,
that's a
I don't
non-voting
know, because
member.
he's a non-voting, so he wouldn't be
But
included
is
in the quorum.
non-voting members serving?
She.
She?
Or he, or they. Alex Coleman has been training me, so I'm supposed to say they, not he or she.
So a non-voting ex officio member is not serving under,
Wouldn't
How do
count
we
in
know
the
that?
quorum.
Right, would not count in the quorum. That would be my belief.
No,
So the other.
That's general
Yeah.
rule on.
The other issue was that
Voting members.
but does the word
CTONS, and I,
serving convey that?
No, it's just ex officio conveys
My,
that.
what I remember is
Okay.
reading the Attorney General's quorum language. The word serving normally defines a voting member.
Okay.
And you can use also the word appointed. Depends on your,
so the other thing that I continue to be perplexed about CTONS, when we were saying that when we provided this opportunity for the CDO to come directly to the Board of Selectmen, if in some way they felt going to the town administrator was not sufficient in some circumstances, they wanted us to substitute going to the commission, which didn't really answer the question of, how you get something done. I continue to be perplexed about why they were saying that, Marty. I don't know if you can address that.
The 3.14.2, bring them in. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think the bottom line on that one is that when CTOS, which I'm on, discussed this, there was no discussion about the idea that's come up, putting Mr. Kleckner aside, about the future of an issue that dealt with the town administrator's office, and they just never thought about it, and
Well, I did say it to them at the one meeting. You weren't there.
oh, maybe that's the meeting. I
Up
did miss a meeting when
Yeah.
my daughter had something at the high school, so.
Yeah. But I didn't seem to
All
have
right.
gotten that point across, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, we didn't take that one.
So
'Cause that seemed to
Is
miss-
that the issue you're asking about directly to the commission?
That was one of the CTONS things we did not
Substituting
accept.
commission instead of
Yes,
selectmen?
yes.
Right.
Yeah.
But it was clearly rejected tonight by both diversity and advisory.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be part of, the advisory motion, depending whether you folks, I don't know what'll be the main motion at this point, but anyway, tonight, there was no support for it. Is that the question?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
can I go back? I'm sorry, I thought maybe I'd gotten an answer, but now I'm pretty sure I didn't. In section 3.14.2, roles and responsibilities, the office which shall be a unit of the selectman's office? what is that? Is that language in, out? Because that's certainly, I think, in conflict with some of the things that I thought I was hearing.
Which paragraph are you on?
I'm looking at the first
beginning.
line.
First sentence.
There shall be a
Right.
diversity,
Yeah.
inclusion, et cetera, office, which shall be a unit of the selectman's office.
Yes, but we did provide a little later down that the office, the
Shall be
next paragraph
physically
down,
located
that
somewhere
shall be
else.
physically situated in whatever department the town administrator determines would be easiest to provide the director with.
All right, so this is literally saying it is not part of Health and Human Services any way, shape, or form? But you just argued that the current person wishes to be.
I think this is reflecting that we're saying that the CDO has direct access to the town administrator.
Isn't that dealt with when you've got language about reporting to the town administrator? This strikes me as
I think
confusing.
this was specifically taken from another bylaw.
That's what I think it was. Was it town council
I believe it
or
was either-
human
yeah, it was both-
resources?
both
Human
town
resources,
council.
I
Might have been
think.
both. I
Yeah.
think that's where it
Yeah,
came
So
from.
I'm not sure why that language existed, but it did.
And I do think there was a view that it would give it the kind of the oomph that I'm talking about in terms of status and influence.
But you're basically,
Seems very inconsistent.
it's
though.
not consistent.
Well, it's saying organizationally, it's part of the selectman's office, but physically, it can be
Right.
anywhere.
So maybe. we can
But why do you
circle
Well,
need
I've
to-
had that kind of reporting relationship for the last 15 years.
Who else is a unit of the selectman's office?
Well,
Out of
human
curiosity?
resources, for
Legal
instance.
Legal and human resources.
Yes.
If I may, I think this line is something very positive. And in fact, it should be precisely, again, the selectmen that do demand to have the oversight. And so every time you are in the bylaws of this commission is, in my view, very much welcome, rather than it's somebody else doing, it should be in somebody else's area and not, or department, or it should be welcome. You, the selectmen, should be at the top of this.
We're at the top of it no matter where it is. It's a matter of where it's slotted below the Board of Selectmen.
I have more comments about what the director, how is it that we are seeking to improve? And one of the areas where we need much improvement is the selectmen overseeing and demanding accountability.
Ms. Ames?
Yes.
We haven't got to that part of this yet. We're gonna call
Sure.
on you, okay?
I
Thank
just
you.
wanted to back up with this area of
Thank you.
the unit of the selectmen.
We will get to you in just a moment, I promise. Could this maybe be improved by describing that in terms of its functions, its interactions, it's a unit of the selectman office as opposed to its, its reporting?
It says specifically, shall report to the town administrator. That's pretty clear.
I think it's fine.
If it's not fine, we'll fix it. Okay.
Well, it does have the benefit of we're now in agreement with the advisory committee, I will say that.
I agree. You won't let the perfect be the enemy of the good here either, so, okay. Anything else before I open it for public comment?
That's the last couple votes we made tonight, and I apologize for not having them in written form to give you, but
I think we can cobble this together for a vote. All right, Ms. Ames, I'm sorry to make you wait. Be happy to hear from you. Would you please, first of all, introduce yourself, but also, are you speaking on your own behalf? Are you speaking on behalf of the existing commission?
I'm going to speak on my behalf, but with concerns of the commission. So,
Well, I'm sorry, just to clarify, so when was the last time the commission considered a draft of this?
May 6th.
Okay, not these most recent versions.
No.
So can I recommend then that you speak on your own
Sure,
behalf unless,
sure.
unless you know for a fact that you're speaking for the commission on a
No,
specific
That's
provision?
fine.
Thank you.
Personally, these questions go to, right now, I'm going to ask about, is Sandra Deba here? Yes, please. A question for her about, do we have an equal employment opportunity policy? I do remember last year having
All right.
that.
Would you focus your question to the Board of
Yes.
Selectmen, and we'll address Mr. Bo if
Well, okay.
if necessary.
It was based on that answer that I was going to ask, how will the now suggested proposal of the diversity and inclusion only policy would differ from an equal employment opportunity policy?
I think I can answer that. Sandra has said that she sees that possibly there would be two policies that dovetail. But we did put the policy that's mentioned in this version, that the CDO consulting with the commission and also consulting with Human Resources would develop a policy.
Mr. Bo, do you want to comment? Or you can nod your head in agreement with Selectman Daley, too. Do you believe that the two policies dovetail at this point, or?
Well, they're not at this point.
Well,
but
as designed, would they dovetail?
The point of the question really is this policy addressing what we need to address, which is increase our workforce diversity?
Okay,
And if
so-
we had a policy of equal employment opportunity for several years, did it do the job?
Okay, I don't know if this is the time or place to start raising those questions, but in terms of the policy, Mr.
There
Bo.
is no existing policy that was in many ways how we got to this whole debate. So the EEO policy was drafted, it was accepted by the HR board. It is meant to be in concert with the policy against discrimination, sexual harassment, and retaliation. They, in many ways, yes, do dovetail, but there is no existing EEO policy because the board has not, the Board of Selectmen has not voted on it. And now, under this proposal, someone else would be writing it.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Ms. Ames?
Yes, it did.
Thank you.
So we did not have it. I am asking now a question on, every time we exclude employees throughout, and that is a concern.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow that.
Yes.
We have employee versus the town disputes. We do not have them going before this
Yes.
commission.
Right.
That is the practice of all the, we looked into this, the other commissions, nobody takes public, citizen boards do not take complaints of employees versus the municipality. There are a number of reasons why we have union agreements, we have a grievance process, we have, a number of issues why we thought that was a bad idea. The other issue is that, and we were a committee, I'll admit, of mostly lawyers, but people were concerned that someone might come and make public statements that later would be, used to their detriment. So that, if you were going to do that kind of dispute, you would have to advise people that they should have counsel, and you would have to set up a very judicial proceedings. And we decided not to do
The commission
that.
can, or the CDO can, refer people to the MCAD.
Yes, yes.
Where they can have.
The CDO can hear from those employees, and he is, so he can hear from them, serve as an ombudsperson, or refer them to one of various places. In addition, the CDO is supposed to go back to the commission and talk to them, we have to be very concerned about the privacy rights, too, of various people.
Of whom? The privacy rights of whom? Of the person who is who's the complainant, or?
It might be their
the other
supervisor,
side?
it might be,
or the
there's
supervisor,
lots
yeah.
of people that might be involved. and we don't want to violate the law, so
And what is the law that we refer to so often about the privacy concerns law?
yeah,
Mr.
maybe
Bo?
Sandra can answer that one.
Well, I do know under Title VII of the Civil
Right.
Rights Act, there are various privacy provisions where if a complainant makes a complaint, there are certain protections that person has, and then the proceedings and all the evidence are protected from the Freedom of Information Act.
Right.
And
If the-
there's all
And
kinds
a
of
parallel process, which Mr. Rosenthal could speak to if he wants, is our civilian complaint procedure with the police department, where we've carefully made the provision for the individuals, whoever they are, to protect their privacy.
Right, and be aware that they could waive if they choose to do so.
That's correct.
Right.
I mean, the issue is, though, while somebody might want to bring an employee might want to bring their complaint before the commission and discuss it publicly, unless they waive the town's obligation to not disclose that information publicly, you're having a public discussion of half of the problem.
Right, and you don't want someone to inadvertently violate their own privacy by making public statements that can be ultimately used against them, and that's something that not everybody understands, so they need protection.
But we did provide that the CDO would go back to the commission and discuss problems in general terms, or I'm seeing a couple of cases that worry me.
Right.
Kind of thing. I see a trend I don't like. I think we need to have discussion on this point. Not Joe Jones in the DPW department
Right.
said this, but in a more general terms. But Sandra may be able to answer the question on. As to-
In the exclusion of.
Well, Ms. DeBoe was standing up, so let's
sure.
let her respond, please.
Oh, the question is why we cannot reveal confidential information about the privacy question.
There are a whole litany of personnel laws that relate to personnel documents under Massachusetts and federal law as well, and there are other privacy rights as well as collective bargaining and civil service protections too. So there's a whole lot of.
You mentioned something about, there was a specific provision of collective bargaining that.
Well, direct dealing.
Direct dealing, that was
That's
the-
slightly different.
Okay.
That's if we were called to work with the commission to deal with a specific issue that an employee may have, we would have to involve the union because we have contracted with the union that they are the sole representative of the employees. So if we were to try to work something out one-on-one with an employee, we would be violating 150E of the labor laws of Massachusetts.
I don't know if I can ask this, how do you deal with complaints through your own policy?
Will you step to the mic, please? Your question again? I didn't hear it.
Just speak it into the microphone, because other people who are watching need to hear you.
The question was, how is it that you deal with complaints using your policy? Where you have the two parties?
So we have an entire policy that has these procedures, of which I am the Human Resources Director, so I have a right to know and a need to know and know what to keep confidential and what not, and the unions are often involved.
So,
But
Ms.
the
Ames, I
union-
think what you're hearing is that the process of resolving employee complaints is a very complex minefield with a lot of regulation on it, not necessarily something for an amateur citizen board to resolve.
What I'm trying to get to is to improve something that has not been working. And one of the things that has not been working is the process that they have to address these complaints. And so I'm trying to get the commission that I believe is the body, independent body that should be more responsive to
Yeah.
these.
I think what you're hearing is there's too many ways that can go wrong in violation of law.
And what I ask of you is your help in improving that, rather than getting,
Well,
showing
do you
the
have any
many
specific
obstacles.
suggestions to improve this? Because
Yes, I did.
there's a structure on how these things go through the vetting process to get to town meeting. And, we've been working on language, various folks have been working.
Neil, I offered a number of amendments that were at first allowable, and then they were beyond the scope, specific ones.
Okay.
So I know the process, I tried to
Okay.
work with the process, and I have the good faith that I'm trying to improve something that I know has not been working. And I see that there is, again, a peril of codifying, to use the term that I appreciate, is something that has not worked. And that is precisely what the previous director did, which was to address complaints of discrimination or decide not to address them, and there was no oversight. So the commission was not on top of it, the selectmen were not on top of it, and there were complaints unheard. And some of those were employee matters.
Listen,
This is, the CDO is the body that, the person that would serve as the check and balance in this situation under the scheme as we've written it.
Right.
It is the CDO who would be getting the complaints, and he is the one who, under the language, would be offering to mediate and referring people to go to MCAT. The commission, the only time when the commission is involved with actual complaints of discrimination is in numeral 7 of 3.14.3. And this is the one that I wanted to bring to your attention. Again, the issue of employees, where they are also excluded, and I'm not clear why they are excluded here, because they could be, they could have a problem, so to speak, with a business. And so I don't know why they need to exclude employees from here.
Well, I think it's for the same reason that we've already talked about, that when we're in the realm of employees, we have a whole different regulatory scheme that we have to be wary of.
But the complaints in number 7, other complaints are not against the town or schools. They refer to independent businesses.
I understand, but the way that the town responds to an allegation of complaint of discrimination by an employee, even when it's a private individual, might be subject to the regulations that we've referred to.
The language says from, not against. It's from, not against.
Right, from any person other than a town or school employee. So a complainant who happens to work either for the schools or for the town happens to have a bad experience of discrimination by a business. Why would that person be excluded from coming to the commission?
Because
as
they're an
any other
employee.
individual?
Because they're an employee and they have other avenues to pursue.
And there's other ways that other concerns that have to be adhered to. Well, you can shake your head, but.
Yes,
but
I do shake my head
we've gotta.
in this belief that this is really against the spirit of inclusion that we claim to have. There's one more question, please, that should be.
I would just say that they could go to the CDO with
Right.
that sort of issue.
So the question.
So this is the commission
Right,
versus,
yes.
gotcha,
Right,
gotcha,
yes.
gotcha, okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
And the CDO is empowered to act as an
Right.
ombudsperson.
Right, got it.
And the purpose is to protect whatever set of state, local, or federal regulations exist with regard to people who are employed.
Okay. Allow me to ask the next question, and it should cover, once we get the review, preliminary review of alleged facts, then now you impose a vote in the affirmative before we present those alleged facts to the town administrator or Board of Selectmen for further action.
I'm sorry, where are you, please?
This is in 3.14.3, numeral or 5, or V, whichever you like.
3.14.3.
Roman V, Roman 5.
5.
And that is, it's the middle going to the end paragraph. Complaints against the town, received complaints. It's
The bolded text.
Yeah, the reason that language is in there is because sometimes some of the complaints that come in might be kind of frivolous, and the commission might decide, no, this isn't really one that we feel we should escalate. We don't see any merit to it.
okay. The question for you is when, let's assume we have an affirmative vote, we believe that it needs further action. The question for you is, what are those actions that would be contemplated, we're talking about here?
Well, these are, that would probably be, the town administrator would probably work with the CDO and Human Resources to figure out what is a good solution to the complaint. You know, if the complaint reveals a problem with a town employee or town procedures, the town administrator would then work on figuring out a solution.
Okay,
Disciplinary?
Yeah, it
perhaps?
might be, yeah. Or it might be some procedure of ours that we need to
Maybe
review.
a change of rules, or a change
Yeah.
in structure, or it could be a lot of things, I suppose.
Okay, well, that is my question. What are the few things that can be done within further actions? And the same question goes to other complaints. It's the same thing, except that this time I don't think you would be going to Human Resources, but it is to the town administrator and selectmen.
Right, but that might be somebody contacting a business in town and saying, you know, we've had a complaint against you, and what, can you,
I
that
think-
would probably be the CDO following up on that one.
Well, I think the language here is presenting the results to the town administrator and selectmen for action. Presumably by now, we know that there is this complaint. We presumably have contacted the business, and so you have a preliminary review of the facts. And my question is, what are the actual actions that will happen as a result of our only being allowed to collect what happened and then pass it on to you?
Well, I mean, as I think we said a number of times on our committee, that the moral force of bringing something to light, having the town contact a business and saying, you know, we see a problem, you've been offensive in the way you've operated, or possibly contacting the Chamber of Commerce or other public entities to say, we would like to see a change in this procedure, and working with whatever groups are appropriate. that's the kind of thing I might envision in that circumstance.
Okay, well, I think those were the questions. I want to echo what Ms. Dewitt said at some point, that I do think that the current bylaws may have been a bit unclear, but I don't think these ones are particularly improving or are more clearer. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I do think that this is an improvement myself. I don't think it's necessarily the last we've heard of any of this. I think it's a great jumping off point. It's perhaps only the first step in a road to improvement, but I think it is an improvement. I congratulate the committee that I know put in countless hours on this, and I think we're ready to finally bring this to a vote. I should say, is there anybody else who wants to be heard on this? I didn't mean to say that Ms. Ames was the only one entitled to speak. So I'd like to bring this to a vote, and I'd like to...
Yeah, I'd like to move this version that you have before you with the changes that I talked about earlier, and I'll give you a written copy of those tomorrow.
Quorum?
Yes, there was the quorum.
15 members.
The
15
15,
members, the
that
quorum,
was the,
and the Sandman changes for section...
Sandman changes on the school language, and then, I think that's it.
I think that's it, too.
Okay. So that's my motion.
So moved. Any discussion? Further discussion? All those in favor of Selectman Daley's motion, please signify by saying aye. Selectman Daley?
Aye.
Selectman DeWitt?
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky?
Aye.
Selectman Franco?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye.
And can I just say that since I'm happy that one of my members of my committee is here, and Sandra DeBow, who attended many, many meetings and helped us out with information, that everyone worked very hard on this, and I thank them for their diligence and the perseverance, because it was a long, it was complicated. I'll admit that.
That's like Nancy, unfortunately not over.
Do you have
It made it sound like that.
my language on the Driscoll School? I seem to have misplaced my version of it. All right, moving on to item 22 on the agenda. This is, we may have other discussions about the Driscoll School project in relation to agenda item 23 and warrant article 8, but you'll recall from our last conversation about Driscoll School that we talked about awarding a consulting contract for a study of attitudes, ideas, criteria regarding a Driscoll School project. This would be done as a preliminary to any feasibility study and as a advisory to any feasibility study and to the town's decisions in general. So I've drafted the language that you see on your handout. Everybody
Well, I've
got what I'm
lost mine,
talking
but
about?
I know it's here
Yeah,
somewhere.
I lost mine too. Mr. Kleckner had it. So you have, why don't you look on with them then? And I'll note that I did run this by Chairman of the School Committee, Susan Ditkoff. She's reviewed and agreed with this. And the vote would be as follows: to authorize the town administrator to execute a contract with a qualified consultant to survey and report on stakeholders' viewpoints for a proposed expansion and renovation of the Driscoll School, including describing the objectives, concerns, and suggestions of school administrators, faculty, students, parents, neighbors, abutters, and local businesses. The report will be used to inform the town and any future consultants engaged in preparing a feasibility study as decisions about the project are made and project parameters are considered. The report will be completed by September 30th, 2014. So, this is the proposal that I have. I have no pride in authorship. If anybody sees any improvements that can be made to this, I'm happy to hear about it. But I'd like to have this in our pocket so that we're ready to act on it.
Sounds good to me.
And I think you've covered I hope, all of the areas that need to be addressed. And I certainly believe that it will help get the spectrum of opinion, which seems not to have been available to us up until now.
Right.
I think one of the complaints or the criticisms that I've heard is that members of the Driscoll community feel as though they haven't been consulted, and I think that explicitly providing a plan for consulting them goes a long way to advancing us.
I should add, and I'm actually sorry this isn't in the agenda, but I would also like to revoke our earlier commentary that we did with Article 8 on the Driscoll School appropriation, where we said we would form a study committee. You know, that was only a commentary, it wasn't a requirement, but this would be in place of that study committee. I think this would probably be a more useful tool than to convene another committee at this point. So,
Well, I should say, though, that I have agreed or offered to work with the school committee on some upcoming, unfortunately, they were having one meeting tonight when I could not attend, but hopefully we'll be able to attend some of the meetings and provide our perspective.
good. All right, so I will move to that we approve the vote, which I just read, and also that we, in so doing, rescind our previous comment about forming a Driscoll School Study Committee. Any discussion?
I'm just going to say that I imagine that this consultant will in fact convene the various interest groups around Driscoll, and I'm sure discuss with the PTO and the school site
Yeah.
council and all of those groups in addition to the broader
I
parent
will say
community.
there, though, that the parents were liked the fact that we'd qualified the vote and that we were positively indicating that we would get involved in this process.
Right.
So I think we can vote this without taking off our previous vote.
Right,
But,
well, based on your comment, the thing is, Selectman Daley, based on your comment a moment ago that you're going to get involved and you know, actively help to bring some clarity to the issues, I think that's great. But I think to actually convene a committee at this point is
Well, I think we said
probably-
work with the school committee in that vote.
It specifically mentions a study committee, and I think that's what, you know, this would take the place of. Now, we can propose some alternate language too, but to me.
Well, we didn't actually take a vote. That was commentary, as I recall, and therefore, it seems to me what we have committed ourselves to doing is put some resources into the discussion to do what we can to involve the school community and get their views. And I like the notion of stakeholders' viewpoints, because it seems to me that's pretty broad. And therefore, I would hope that we don't find ourselves unintentionally backing into creating another committee that we don't need at this point in time.
So I see Mr. Cronin just came in the room, and I wonder if maybe he has some news for us about other discussions.
I do. I have some big news for you. So the advisory committee chose to zero out the $1 million for the appropriation and take that funding source, which was the overlay surplus, and put it toward the $1.5 million for the Lawrence School under Article 7, thereby reducing the bond for Lawrence from $1.5 million down to $500,000. So 0 for Driscoll, and move the pay-as-you-go source over to reduce the bond, which then in theory frees up bonding capacity for a fall town meeting vote for the Driscoll School feasibility schematic design, if by that point the MSBA has said that they're going to work with us on the project.
And where would that put us if the MSBA does
So I'll give you the...
approve it? What does that do
Yeah,
to
if
our
you-
timing and
So
our
the quick and
schedule?
dirty, obviously the majority of the advisory committee didn't believe as though they needed to move forward with the funding right now. The MSBA is meeting on July 30th, September 24th, and November 19th. So the majority believe that there's no rush, since the fall town meeting would be normally mid-November. So, you know, you don't lose that much time, and then One member of the advisory committee also reminded everybody that the selectmen can call a special town meeting at any point, and I think you only need about 14 days' notice, so you could call a special in August if funding, I mean, if the MSBA said, yeah, go ahead with it, so. But in a nutshell, a majority of the advisory committee does not believe the town should move forward with this
So
project until we hear
when you
from the
say a
MSBA.
majority, how close was the vote, out of curiosity?
It's 10 to 8. Interesting on that motion, and then for the whole budget, it was 12-6 to 1.
12, for the whole budget? Really?
Yeah, because they had to reopen the budget for this.
No, I get that.
Yes.
But 12-6 to 1 for the town budget, whole Article 8?
Yeah. Yes.
Wow, that's unprecedented.
I would agree.
Well, I've got to say, I mean, I have spoken frequently about saying we need some more process here. We don't have the parents on board with this project, and we need to have more discussion of it. But I have a real problem with this vote of the advisory committee. I mean, I think it does, I think this sends a statement to MSBA. It's not a good one. And, you know, we had agreed that we were not going to spend any of this money until we got the approval from them. But I think this really pushes the thing back. And, you know, I do think we're going to need to do something there. It may not be exactly the parameters of what's, I know some early pictures were shown to the community there that they didn't like, but that was something very preliminary. We certainly need to have more discussion about what is going to go on there, but.
But if you look at the language, what we would be authorizing if we get invited is a feasibility study, schematic design, costs associated, to understand the extent of facility and programming deficiencies at the Driscoll School and to explore the solution. So, you know, that to me is kind of what the doctor is ordering.
Right.
Can you give us a little sense of the nature of the discussion and some of the points that were made, out of curiosity?
I'm not being wise, but I thought I just did. No, you had a majority saying that there's no rush to go forward. Obviously, a fair amount of the Driscoll School community was there. I shouldn't say fair, a number of Driscoll community was there. There were letters, I guess, passed to the advisory committee tonight as well. So it was really a question of, you know, the email that Selectman Franco got about MSBA not encouraging communities to put the cart before the horse and seek funding. No, we addressed that. But there's still a majority of the advisory committee believes that we shouldn't be going forward until we hear more from the MSBA. And find out if we actually are going to spend this money. And they don't feel as though the delay is such that it's going to push the project back that far.
And
debatable.
a majority of the advisory committee is not feeling pressure to provide additional classrooms to meet the documented increase in enrollment?
I'm going to hand that off.
Yep. Well, I was about to ask our school committee presents to express themselves.
Thank you for having me here. So what exactly was the question?
Well,
Of all the questions that you might be asking, which one was immediately there?
It was about the need to provide further classrooms for our.
The
Enrollment.
The immediate, the urgency of providing
My sense
classrooms.
was that the vote of the capital subcommittee of the override study committee last night, which was a 4-0 vote, which some of you have seen, all of you have seen, I think, which essentially said that the town, that B-Space was in error, more or less, I'm paraphrasing here, and I probably shouldn't be doing that, but you have the language, but essentially said, we don't need the space.
I don't think we have the language.
It was,
No.
it was emailed to
emailed
us by
this
Dick
afternoon.
Bank an hour or
Today.
two before
Yeah.
our
It's about 3
meeting.
o'clock this
Essentially, what
afternoon.
it said was, there are more policy options available that should be taken advantage of, which is another way of saying that if you make reductions to the METCO program, the materials fee program, if you increase class size, if you change kindergarten assignments, neighborhood assignments, there are a variety of policy options. They did not pick any, But they said if you employ these options in the short term, then you do not have the urgency of space crisis that B Space was operating under. And so that's the fact. I will, I'm happy to opine on that, but that's the fact.
Yeah,
that
I
was
took,
discussed.
I took it a little broader.
Oh, no, it was broader than that. But the question you asked was, what do they think we're going to do about space in the meantime? And the answer is exercise policy options to reduce the need for space.
All right, so the advisory committee is saying that the school committee should change its policies.
They did not have that discussion explicitly, but it was raised by certain members of the advisory committee. But no, they did not deliberate that, if that's your question. But yes, there were certain individual members who expressed that point of view.
See, I saw the recommendation of the subcommittee, and one of the things that hit me was their recommendation that we shouldn't be proceeding with Driscoll until we further explore the whole notion of a ninth school. So to me, that's what they're saying is we need to reopen and redo the whole B-space process, which would be in the critical path to doing anything with Driscoll. Now, thinking back to having lived through the B-space process, we had a public process of a board that was a joint venture of the school and school committee and the Board of Selectmen. We went through a process where we looked at a lot of sites. We looked at various configurations of the school system. We had public hearings. The community was very engaged, to say the least. There was a lot of discussion, a lot of process to get us to a conclusion on expand in place, and it was quite a contentious process where a lot of people threw a lot of passion into it, and to relive that again, to me, is not something I would support, because I think we may criticize various aspects of the process, and certainly it wasn't perfect, and we didn't go in a straight line to get to a point, because there wasn't an easy solution, and we were being pushed and pulled in various directions, because each of the solutions that we looked at had pros and a lot of cons. And we went through that, we examined it, we weighed it, and we came to a conclusion which was a recommendation to the school committee that was accepted. So to me, that piece of the process is done. It's a closed book as far as I'm concerned. And we need to move on.
Well put.
Can I quote from this document here? The part of their commentary is the B-Space process was constrained by the fall of 2017 requirement for classrooms being online, did not fully explore a ninth school option to identify all appropriate sites for schools in North Brookline, and did not address the long-range Brookline Early Education Program or amenity space goals. That's an outrageous statement. I am truly appalled.
I've got to say, this is the tail wagging the dog for a subcommittee of the advisory committee to be telling all the...
Well, it's the override study committee.
Oh, the override study committee. Well, but essentially by the capital subcommittee of the advisory committee has voted to hold off this money because.
Well,
The
now,
full
full
advisory-
advisory.
full
Full
advisory
advisory
committee.
This is the tail wagging the dog, I think, that they're saying we're going to force you to make policy decisions.
Apparently, the unanimous vote of a four-person subcommittee is telling the advisory committee, in effect, what to do?
Well, I'm not sure the advisory committee would see it that way. I'm sure they would say it that they came up with this on their own.
Well, I did ask, I did talk today to, Steve Cirillo, who's in the back of the room, and I had a discussion about eminent domain, and he was saying it's actually more difficult to do now than it might have been years ago. And I did ask town council to give us a couple-page memo on that. And I also asked the assessor to take a look at a couple of the sites that these Driscoll parents had mentioned to me. Personally, I'm a skeptic on acquiring property. I think that the cost of acquiring one of these large commercial sites would be very, very high.
Well, just for the record, B-Space did actually do those things.
Oh, okay.
But apparently, four people don't believe it.
The high cost is only the beginning of the story. The TJ Maxx site, which seems to be the one that has the most traction, I find completely unsuitable as a school.
I also would like, I'm sorry, but on the TJ Maxx site, I think it was a interesting piece of information to the Driscoll community earlier this evening that if you actually look at where the TJ Maxx site is on a map, you would literally have to cut the community in half because of where it's located, almost between Driscoll and Devotion. You would have to lop off half of the Driscoll community and send them to the new TJ Maxx site. Yeah. And the implication of that on the Driscoll community vis-a-vis some of the other options that are being considered, I think that was a startling realization once you look at the map.
The fact that it abuts probably the busiest, most commercial zone of Alston, not Brookline, that it's far from any open space, that it's traffic is people complained about the traffic with respect to the old Lincoln School. Well, I don't see the traffic on that stretch of Harvard Street next to Alston being any safer, and a myriad of other reasons too.
I don't know if you want me to say something.
Just out of curiosity, has the enrollment declined? What's projected for the fall?
The enrollment projections in the budget are 630. The information that I believe the superintendent will share, although don't quote me on this because he will, I don't know if this is actually true, but it's closer to 645.
Okay.
I mean, I want to add to it too that the proposal for the Driscoll School was, by the way, not something that was done in a smoke-filled room someplace. This was the conclusion of HMFH, which is our paid consultant who addressed the issue. Their preliminary, and I stress preliminary, view of it was only preliminary. And I've heard from people opposed to Driscoll School based on conclusions that they've drawn about what a finished product might look like after a feasibility study and after a tremendous amount of process still to come, already making assumptions about the amount of open space and the amount of space
Reality
per
check
pupil.
here, what was originally schematically suggested for Devotion School has already undergone multiple transformations and will be undergoing additional transformations.
I might also note that just there's the bigger question of, and I think it was raised, the bigger question of the signal to the MSBA that this sends and whether or not the process, the plan that we committed to, not the process, the plan that we committed to the MSBA in last fall of Devotion, Driscoll, the high school, and then Pierce as the near and long-term plan, that there is a substantial deviation from that in the Override Study Committee, Capital Subcommittee discussion and document. And so I think it's probably worth asking, what are the questions of the implication, what are the implications of going back on the plan that Brookline, the town of Brookline, committed to the MSBA last fall that we would be going forward with? And I'm not the right person to answer that, but there might be other people who are.
So I'd like to start to wrap this up. I think I've got the temperature of this board, and I think we can start moving ahead, and I think we've inadvertently discussed
We need
warrant
to
Article
vote the
8.
consultant,
Right,
don't
so
forget.
let's go back now to item 22 on our agenda, the question of authorizing the town administrator to execute a contract for a qualified consultant in accordance with the vote that was read earlier. We were debating the kind of sub-issue of whether we would be rescinding our earlier commentary on forming a study committee. And while I think that Selectman Daley's offered to become involved and to affect some process is an important element, I don't think the actual appointment of a study committee is warranted, given that we're going to engage in this consultant's report. Any further discussion on that?
No, as I said already, I think that the fact that we had made that comment was viewed with great approval by some of the Driscoll parents. So
understand,
I'm
but
reluctant to rescind it.
I don't want
And
to.
it doesn't have to be a study committee if you want to change that to,
Well,
we're going to have further public process.
What would you propose? Because I don't want to be accused later of having failed to, convene an entire committee that is really obsolete by,
Well, and furthermore, the time it would take
because
even.
if we are to do this consultant contract. I'm not saying it's obsolete if we don't do the consultant contract, but I think the consultant contract makes a formal study committee obsolete.
Yeah, I don't think, I'm not saying it has to be a formal study committee. I think we do need some public process.
So what, you've committed to that. If you want some help from me, I'll commit to that too. Do we need a formal vote for that?
No, I think we should just go on record as saying we'll
Okay.
work with the school committee.
I'm on
to,
record.
further some public discussion and public process on the
Well,
Driscoll
would
school
it
issues.
help if, contained in this vote, we add language, and I guess I'm going to say, before the sentence beginning the report, but it could be the selectmen will work with the school committee to support the work of the consultant? And that way, you've got.
Yeah, I'm not I think the consultant thing will be of value. I'm not sure that, that unless you do a really big contract with a consultant, that there will be sufficient public meetings and sufficient public discussion of this to satisfy that community. I think some of that has to be done by us with the consultant.
But it can also be done by the school committee,
Well,
whose
that's
job
why-
it is
that's
to
what I'm
do
saying.
that. And they've already got meetings scheduled, so
All
I'm
right,
worrying
gonna
about
then,
additional.
not vote for this, if that's.
You're not voting for the contract?
Well, are you tying it to us
We'll do it as
revoking
separate
early
votes.
language?
Vote for the
Yeah, we'll just do it as separate votes,
Okay.
okay? So let's first vote to authorize the town administrator to execute a contract with a qualified consultant in connection with the Driscoll School project, and specifically in the language read earlier. All those in favor, say aye. Selectman Daley?
Aye.
Selectman DeWitt?
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky?
Aye.
Selectman Franco?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. And I'll make the further motion that we rescind our earlier commentary, which was made in connection with our vote on favorable action on warrant Article 8, that a study committee be formed, and instead that we add the commentary that the selectmen will participate with the school committee in
To engage the Driscoll community.
to engage the
Good.
Driscoll
Good.
community.
Good.
And fully, well, let's leave it at that. Engage the
To
Driscoll
engage
community.
the Driscoll
Thank you. I think
community.
it was elegantly said. All those in favor say aye. Selectman Daley?
Aye.
Selectman DeWitt?
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky?
Aye.
Selectman Franco?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you. I think that we can now take up agenda item 23, and specifically warrant article 8, which currently we have voted to, I'm sorry.
It's Article 8, but it's number 58 of the
Oh, okay.
budget votes.
Thank you. So currently, we have no vote on the
Right.
warrant article
So
8 because we voted to
Right, so we need to vote it,
reconsider last
but-
week.
So I would
We have
suggest
to,
we
yeah,
vote
right.
the Driscoll language.
As
and-
we had
And then we have an omnibus vote on the
on
budget.
Article 8.
Okay.
So the Driscoll language, you mean, as was previously
Is this
voted?
different?
Well, no,
what-
this is,
by
With the
then.
red language only.
Do you have
Oh, yeah,
this
is
one?
new, okay.
Do you have the one with the amendment? Because this is actually, what I understood this to be, now somebody should correct me, Sean, maybe you know. This is what had been the earlier advisory committee vote, is that right?
No, so what this is it's the original language with two changes. One,
Right.
the language in red is what I'm recommending
Yes,
after
based-
conversations with the MSBA.
based
as a
on- right.
mandatory, okay?
Absolutely.
And then, as I said to the advisory committee, the blue language was their first condition tweaked.
Okay.
So if this board wants no conditions, forget the blue language and forget the last sentence after the blue language.
I'm willing to put the blue language in
willing to
there.
put
I think we
Yeah.
should.
Definitely.
I think we can.
And
And the
then-
red, and the
and
red.
then-
And the red.
my issue was at the end,
It's
and
the
let's see if
parking.
it fixes it, the way you have it here, is that the way it seemed to be written before is that the money couldn't be expended until there was adequate parking accommodations, which seemed to be an impossible condition if you read it literally.
That's not in there anymore.
But
No,
it says now
no, this language
provided
is
further.
It's identical to what was
And-
voted by advisory and what was before you last week.
So.
That last sentence is the same.
Oh, okay, well, so then I recommend that last sentence not be in there.
Well, given what advisory has done, I don't see why we should keep it. They've abandoned it.
That's why I'm
So
suggesting
let's
just
take
go
it
through the
out.
red language.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, you know, this, I mean, this is a little bit of a red flag issue for the neighborhood, I will say.
But to be honest, as has happened in every single one of these projects, when there is a feasibility study, there will be a transportation study, and there will be a hired consultant, as has happened in each of the existing projects.
So can we go with?
Can we say this, and provided further that adequate parking accommodations are developed,
Are within the scope of the study or something?
are developed in accordance with Transportation Board
Or
policy?
will be part of the final, of any final project?
It was my suggestion last week, or my request, that I had an opportunity to consider that in connection with the MSBA, and I still recommend, that's one of so many issues that's going to be discussed. I think it's a red flag for the
Yep.
MSBA.
I
and
agree.
I don't recommend it. That's not to say I don't believe there should be adequate parking. Of course there should be, but I just think it's a superfluous
So
comment.
we should put, if we're not going to have that sentence in there, we should put it in our explanation
Sure.
that
Right.
it will be part of,
Okay.
and whoever speaks to it should state.
Absolutely.
Yeah, present.
So I'll have something out to you tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
We need it by
So,
Thursday.
Okay, so then
so
we,
my motion then is first, with respect to item of appropriation number 58, to adopt the language which you have before you, including the red language, all provided that the MSBA's board votes to invite the town into the eligibility period. The blue language, and further provided that no money be committed or expended until after such invitation, if any, has been received from the MSBA.
Period.
And period.
Yeah,
And-
right.
and deleting the
Delete
language
Strike
about
the
last
parking.
sentence,
With the understanding that an explanation about parking will be included in our comments. So moved. Any further discussion? Selectmen, all in favor, say aye. Selectman Daley?
Aye.
Selectman DeWitt?
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky?
Aye.
Selectman Franco?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
And I'd like to make a motion that this board expresses our commitment to see that adequate parking is addressed in the feasibility study, according to Transportation Board policy.
All right, I have that motion. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Selectman Daley?
Aye.
Selectman DeWitt?
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky?
Aye.
Selectman Franco?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. And now we need a motion for,
Reconsideration?
no,
No,
we've already
no,
done
no.
reconsideration.
Oh, we don't
so now
have it.
To
Okay, all
recommend
right.
positive, favorable action on warrant Article 8, the town
So in
budget.
summary, Sean, the only item we're not in agreement on is Lawrence School.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, and Driscoll, we're in
Driscoll,
disagreement.
I meant.
Well,
Well,
No,
Driscoll
Lawrence,
and
too.
Lawrence,
But
because
yes.
they're now, advisory committee
Right,
has
okay,
linked.
gotcha.
Okay, so we'll be in disagreement on funding for Lawrence and funding for the Driscoll feasibility study.
just
Well, it's the funding
technically how you
source.
fund
Yeah,
Lawrence, but it's
yeah,
really
yeah,
Driscoll.
right, right.
Yep.
Okay, so I move favorable action on warrant Article 8 with the amended article of appropriation number 58. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Selectman Daley?
Aye.
Selectman DeWitt?
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky?
Aye.
Selectman Franco?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Unanimous. Thank you all. On to warrant Article 9, which is the senior property tax deferral program. The only issue has been the interest rate that might be
Yeah,
charged on
can I
that.
ask, I see Neil Gordon is here, and I want to say that the moderator has pointed out there's some problems with the vote that we took. I think Neil has a kind of good amendment. Can we have him speak to it?
Can we ask Sean first, did anything change at advisory committee on this one today?
They didn't take it up.
Didn't take it up, okay. Thank you. Mr. Gordon?
Thank you. I'm Neil Gordon. I'm a Precinct 1 town meeting member. I offered the amendment because as the article was drafted, it really has two independent provisions. It has a provision that raises eligibility, which can stand alone, and has an interest reduction, which can also stand alone. My amendment in big picture allows town meeting to address those two issues independently. It could raise the income limit, which I think consensus is that there's no objection to raising the income limit, including among town meeting members. But it offers the third option, the first option being a reduction from 5% to 3% as drafted. The second option, the change to prime rate, that's the Board of Selectmen amendment, which may be problematic. My amendment offers the option of maintaining the status quo without forcing town meeting to pick one or the other or defeat the eligibility increase in order to object to the interest rate change. I have my own feelings as to what we might do with the interest rate. I do like the notion of a variable rate. The 3% troubles me because we're in a low-interest environment now. I don't want to be the town meeting member when interest rates go back into the teens to tell the seniors that we're, raising the rate or periodically changing the rate. I think seniors going to this program are entitled to know that for as long as they're in the program, they at least know what the rules are. If the rule is variable, so be it. I've done some internet poking around. I don't know if there's a reliable, appropriate municipal borrowing rate for Massachusetts as an index that we could use as the basis for variable rate. There are lots and lots of mortgage rates. There's a one-year adjustable rate mortgage rate that's well indexed. That might be appropriate. I haven't reached a conclusion. I'm not sure that the rest of us have reached a conclusion either. I don't think it's a complicated exercise to study it. It wouldn't take a significant number of meetings, wouldn't take a lot of time, wouldn't take a lot of people.
I think we got a technical problem, and I recall this from a conversation I had with the assessor, and it's also in a memo we have received. The statute sets the rate at 8%. If we are silent, the default rate is the statutory 8%. I don't think we want to go there.
No, I think
No.
that this is an amendment to our bylaw, which says 5%.
Right.
So if you took out,
No,
the
no,
second
the
paragraph.
language, listen, the language is, it's at 8% or a lesser rate voted by town meeting. We have to vote something, or it will be 8% unless I
Right,
am
but
misunderstanding.
the current bylaw says 5%.
Right.
So he's not changing that part of the language.
I'm not changing that.
All right, you're leaving the 5% in.
The 5% is the existing bylaw.
Oh, I see. I thought you were removing the reference to an interest rate.
I removed the reference to the change in interest rate
Okay.
in Article 9.
All right,
Yeah.
just,
The petitioners had 3%. I suggested
Yeah.
the prime rate. Sandy
Yeah.
said, we have a problem with prime because what prime do you mean? Mr. Cirillo has told me it sort of gives his office some headaches in terms of recalculating. I was going to suggest, okay, prime, we'll say prime, but cap it at 5. But I think Neil's thing is a lot easier than jumping through all
all right,
those
so
hoops.
then we will be maintaining the current language with regard to the rate, no change.
Correct.
Right. But we would raise the eligibility, the
Eligibility,
income
right.
eligibility
Right.
portion of the,
I think in terms of presentation at town meeting, I think town meeting needs to see the end result of this. 'Cause I was confused too, and if I'm confused on a topic like this.
Which
I-
you know
I
very
te-
well.
I tend not to
Right.
get confused on these kinds of
Right.
topics. Then you're more rank and file town meeting members going to get very confused.
I am interpreting that correctly. You meant to leave the 5%, right?
Correct.
Yes.
And I don't think the 5% is an impediment or a reason that people don't participate in the program. So it's not as though, at 5% people won't participate, but at 3%, it will be advantageous or available to people.
Steve Cirillo has told me that the rate is higher. I think it's 8% in Newton, and yet they have quite a bit of participation. So it's just, I don't know why it's not popular here, but it doesn't seem to be the interest rate that really.
I don't necessarily want to lean on my house.
Right.
Selectman
I think
Daley?
maybe we have a population here that's more sensitive to, right, having
To their
their,
beneficiaries.
yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Would you like to make a motion, Selectman Daley?
Yeah, I'd like to move that, let me see, do we have the,
I thought, was this not already open for reconsideration?
Good question. Didn't recall.
I don't think you've
All right,
voted.
well, just in case, let's first move for reconsideration of our prior recommendation for warrant Article 9. All those in favor say aye. Selectman Daley?
Aye.
Selectman DeWitt?
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky?
Aye.
Selectman Franco?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Now, would you like to make a motion?
yes, if you turn to our books with the warrant articles in, and Article 9 on the second to the last page is the petitioner's language. I've moved favorable action on, to insert, to substitute paragraph 1 for our current language in the bylaw on eligibility, and to leave the rest of our bylaw as it is.
Okay, that's clear to me. Any further discussion?
Just one thing for presentation purposes, because the amendment's going to be a supplement, so maybe just vote favorable action on the amended version as proposed.
Okay, I
Clearer
just,
for folks.
yeah, I just, there was
In
seemed
the
to be.
write-up, we'll make sure that it says that the 5% is staying.
Okay.
Right.
There just seemed to be some confusion on what.
Yeah, I would
what-
have in the explanation.
So the Gordon,
Yeah,
the
okay.
Gordon amended version.
Yes.
Yeah. So why don't we
Yeah,
do
make
that?
sure that you have the complete
So the motion is for,
resulting bylaw in the explanation.
so the motion is for favorable action on the amendment offered by town meeting member Gordon. All those in favor say aye. Selectman Daley?
Aye.
Selectman DeWitt?
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky?
Aye.
Selectman Franco?
Aye.
And the chair also votes aye.
So, Sean, when you write when you do this write-up, I think you have to put the rest of the bylaw in there too, so people get what is changing and what is staying from the current. Okay, okay.
I don't think
Right.
it's a bylaw, by the way. It's just a vote of town meeting
Oh, okay.
Adopting or amending a prior vote.
Okay.
Statute.
Accepting state law, I think it is.
Warrant Article 25.
Yes, I wanted to move reconsideration on we had a 2-2 split vote on this.
Yep.
So I believe anyone can move reconsideration.
Well, I wasn't
Good question, because it's failed.
But
Who
it's
prevailed?
not, your side didn't win.
Neither did yours.
Yes, so I think I can move reconsideration then,
Ben
as well as
can-
anybody else.
Ben can move it.
Oh.
I wasn't there.
All
Can I
tho-
move it?
all those in
I
favor
don't
of
think you can.
reconsideration, say aye. Selectman Daley?
Aye.
Selectman DeWitt?
Aye.
Selectman Waschinsky?
Aye.
Selectman Franco?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, so we're.
And I'm going to ask Mr. Cirillo if he can come up for just a minute. I apologize because I was distracted by all the working on Article 10 today, so I don't have this sheet with me, but I did see a sheet in which most of the surrounding cities and towns are giving, I would recommend the $3,000 stipend. It has to be less than we earn. That was my rationale there. But I think most of the cities and towns do give their retirement board members something in the surrounding communities.
How about cities? And tell me the difference between cities and towns.
Well, first of all, there are 105 retirement systems in the Commonwealth. 74 provide stipends, and the others do not. There are 39 cities in the Commonwealth. Watertown keeps flipping back and forth.
I think all of the cities do. That's what I remember.
All of the cities, I don't know if all of the cities do or not. I know that a lot of them do, and some towns do.
But if you could just review for everyone all the requirements that the retirement board members have to meet.
Sure. First of all, and the most important thing that separates this board from some other boards is the financial disclosure requirements that are required of all of the 5 members. And under these financial disclosures, which have to be done every year, we have to state in writing what our assets are, our holdings are, our mortgages are, our employees or contractual arrangements for consulting for not only the members of the board, but their spouses and their children. There's a lot of public information that goes in and out on all members, family members of the retirement board. The other thing is, that leaps to mind, is the annual requirement for training, which is not part of other boards. That is required by PERAC, the State Retirement Administration Agency, that members have to have somewhere between 6 and 9 hours per year of training.
How did the advisory committee vote on this?
But I believe you are recommending it, right?
Personally, as a member of the retirement board, I supported it. I supported it 2 years ago, and I supported it this year.
And what were your reasons?
I particularly think it's important for the 5th member of the board to have that. It's becoming more and more difficult to attract citizens of the town to participate. We have one
We
now.
have 2 employee representatives, Steve and the controller.
2 appointees
are-
of the selectmen,
are
2
appointees.
elected, and then 1 member is the 5th member, who's a citizen of the town. And he's supposed to fill the role as a neutral party between management and union. And we've had turnover in that role. We currently have somebody who's been in that role for a few years. Because of the meetings, the multiple meetings that we have, he's he's an independent moderator and of union disputes, management disputes, and he loses time and money by going to the board.
Is it possible for us to accept this, but only for people who are not participating in the pension?
I actually explored that, and I discovered that the answer is no, but that's why I supported it for the fifth member. As I've said to people here, it really will have no really substantial impact on me. It's not, I'm not doing this for myself. It has no impact on me at all.
And these board members do have a fiduciary responsibility to the
Absolutely.
town.
And a substantial liability that we discussed a number of years ago. The conclusion of that was that if sued and found to be at fault, that the retirement system would indemnify the 5 members. I don't think that that's the best thing to do because some of these lawsuits could be substantial, I guess. But with that said, we do everything, we follow all the regulations so that we can avoid that, and we haven't had any lawsuits in the last 15 years.
Are they insured?
We're insured by a master policy, a blanket policy that insures up to, I'm going to say 50 million, forgive me, I might be wrong on that.
Okay, well, I continue my support for the $3,000 stipend. I think.
Yeah, I'm going to make that motion once
reason for
again.
it, so why don't you go right ahead.
Yes, so moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Selectman Daley?
Aye.
Selectman DeWitt?
No.
Selectman Waschinsky?
No.
Selectman Franco?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, so that passes by a 3-2 majority. Moving on to our final consideration for the evening, Article 29, the resolution regarding the support of Brookline local economy community.
give you
Local
some.
first.
I attempted a red line version.
Oh,
I didn't hear back from the petitioner, but I'm pretty sure it's accurate. Easier for you.
Oh, I couldn't tell what the difference was.
You can see it's relatively minor.
It's reversing the words independent and locally, basically.
Well,
I don't see it's,
I don't
I don't think
understand
it's
what
of substantive change.
Yeah, it's the word independent.
I got it, I read it, but I don't see it as substantive.
Right.
I thought
In the first version, it said independent, comma, locally owned. This one says independent, locally owned. No, sorry, I've got it backwards. The other one said locally owned and independent. This says independent, comma, locally owned.
Yeah, I thought we heard from some of our local franchisees a big concern about having independent in there. And I thought we had voted to support Brookline businesses, not.
We referred it to EDAB
Okay.
for.
Let's ask Kara. Can you explain?
I'm not sure if I can shed much light on this. Sean Cronin forwarded me the revised language from the petitioner.
This is, okay, just to clarify, this
Yeah.
is from the petitioner.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought this was.
No.
No.
The thing that was in your packet,
been a long day.
22-2, is from the petitioner. What I handed out was an attempt to make it simple to understand what the amendment.
So you could see the changes.
Okay.
I'm not in the business. I'll make the last one.
So I'll add one more red line to Sean's expert work here on the second whereas, the most critical action changed to helpful action.
Wait, where is this?
On the second whereas, what was originally the phrase, the most critical action, the new version says the most helpful action.
Oh, so okay, Sean missed that one?
Yeah.
Well,
In his
I saw it.
revision?
I don't see that there's a substantive change.
No,
to
I'm
this
not
at all.
aware of any substantive change, and this does not reflect any discussion with
So this was
people on
only an
either
attempt to
side.
make the language clearer, not to change the philosophy.
That's
Okay.
my understanding, but I have not spoken with the petitioner to
Has the
confirm.
AC voted in
They
this
didn't take it
in
up.
particular?
If they do, it'll either be Thursday night or the night of.
All right. So I don't particularly want to make a motion to reconsider this based on what I've heard so far, but if somebody feels otherwise, please so move.
Stick with what we've got.
Okay. So thank you all, and this concludes our meeting. for today. Thank you.